they were able to really articulate their ideas very passionately and confidently, and I feel really, really proud of them. So I just want to say thanks to them. I must say, when I asked them to whether they would be interested, I got nobody who resisted. Everybody was like, yes, I want to do it. So I just want to say thanks to you all. You all made this research day all that it is. I just wanted to share a few points in terms of who I am. So as Lisa said, I teach here, but I just give you a little background in terms of where I came from. So I started off my journey at UWI many, many moons ago. And at that time, the faculty was not called Humanities and Education, it was actually called Faculty of Arts. So my first degree is in history. And in those days, they had a combination, a major called history with social sciences. So my connection with social sciences started way back in those days. And I decided to do a lot of the courses in sociology, although the dean at the time encouraged me to change to one course to political science, which I really didn't want to do. And the rest is history. I'm happy that I took her advice. So I just wanted to share like 5 brief points in terms of how they have helped me in my journey. And I know that I'm talking to students who might be at different points of their journey as postgrads. So I just wanted to share some points with you in terms of things that people have passed on to me and things that I have experienced myself. So I had a professor in Arizona. He was actually, what we call him, they call him Moses. Moses in the field of public administration theory. So he was well known, a very famous professor, Robert Denhart. And throughout my time with him, he taught me public administration theory. He would always say this in class over and over and over. So I would write it down. He said, ideas make a difference. So if there's anything I took away from his class, was that point. He kept on saying it throughout that entire semester. Ideas make a difference. And he would encourage us to write down our ideas. He said, keep a journal, write them down. You know, you're gonna have lots of scholarly ideas. Write down your goals, write down your ambitions. He said, they make a difference. And I'm really happy that I took that advice. Now, I was not conscientious over the years to keep doing it, but ever so often I get back to doing it. And one of the things he said to us is that just as the ideas come, they can go. So you need to write them down. Keep a notebook at the side of your bed. Keep a notebook with you. Sometimes you're in the taxi, sometimes you're driving and you remember things. So that has helped me a lot. And really what he wanted to encourage us to do, and I'm happy that I do that with my students, is build a reflective practice. We had done a book with C. Wright Mills and it talked about building an intellectual craftsmanship. So that's all part in terms of, you know, fulfilling your dreams and visioning. And I just want to encourage you to do that. There's a place for it as a student. There's a place for it in your individual life, that you have ideas, and the ideas are almost like seeds. And you need to, you know, water them. You need to be around people who can help buy into your ideas, as well as encourage those ideas that you may have. Now, you may find some people who might tell you, what? No. I don't think you could do that. What happened? You're well beside yourself. You really think you could do that? And, you know, you might get a bit discouraged. I want to say, don't take people seriously when they tell you things like that, especially if an idea keeps recurring and it's burning inside of you. It means maybe sometime, somewhere, someplace that is going to develop. So deflect sometimes people who might discourage you from, you know, realizing ideas. And I want to kind of say that they're not just ideas. Sometimes they can be dreams, and then sometimes they can grow into visions. All right, so I want you to really be very encouraged to keep it close to your heart and surround yourself with people who can buy into those ideas and can help you develop it and support you. All right, so it's all part of that reflection and reflect about it. I've reached a stage in my life, sometimes, you know, you change your goals and everything like that. So there are some dreams that I have right now. And I want to encourage some of you who might be right there, because there's a particular idea or vision or dream that I have right now. And every time I think about it, I cannot see how it's going to materialize, but I know I want to get to that ultimate destination. And I would sit down sometimes staring in space, and by yourself. People don't think you're mad, but you're sitting by yourself and you're thinking about that dream that you have. So there's one in particular that I often sit down and I think about. And I tell myself, I don't know how you're going to look, you know. I just don't know how the outcome will be, but I know that I have that idea. And I've written it down. Things have started falling in place, but I can't see it yet, how it would look. but the idea is there and I'm keeping it alive. I'm doing things to keep it alive. All right, so you have to do the preparation, you have to do the hard work. So whatever you might have right now, it could be something small. It could be a seed, all right? Just a little seed. Just start small. So whatever it is, write it down. And I'm really thankful to Professor Denhart for putting that into my life. Ideas make a difference. The second one I want to share with you is having role models. And I say, don't make them idols. Have role models, but don't make them idols. And what having role models is all about. It's about building you, the best you, helping you become the best you that you can be. So in having the role models is really having a community of people around you, building your network so that they can really build the strengths that you need to develop in yourself. And I've found in my life that sometimes you may ask people, some students get very intimidated when they ask someone, can you please be a coach? Can you please mentor me? And they may say, no, they don't have time. Don't be discouraged by that. It doesn't mean that you can't learn from them because people are very busy. Sometimes they have so many different things going on in their lives that they may not be able to dedicate formal time with you, but you could learn a lot from them. So I would say observe people, observe what they do, observe things in them that you like. I was having a conversation with a leader yesterday, and I was saying to this leader how much I admire this quality that they have. This person is extremely calm, cool, and very collected. And that's not me. I am hyper. I am energetic, you know, and I just really admire how this person is able to go through a stressful period, go through a very busy time. And I asked the person, do you ever feel like, you know, rattled? And, oh yeah, I say, well, you don't show it. So that's something that I'm learning. I'm learning to observe people. And those are role models that I have, and observe things in them that I like and try to see how I could emulate it. So I'm learning how to be calm and cool and collected, all right? So find those people whom can build you and make you the best you, and don't try to be them, all right? That's another thing. Don't try to make them idols, because one of the things that you'll recognize that when you have these role models, sometimes in knowing them over the years, they may do something that may disappoint you. And some people get very bitter. No, because they're humans and we all have strengths and we all have weaknesses. So I want you to look at them, emulate what's good in them that you want to really help build that part of you that you need to build. All right. And just to continue to remember that we are all humans, even you yourself, and not be very hard on yourself when you don't, you know, come up to this or step up or reach that particular level that you want to be. Don't get frustrated with yourself. Give yourself time, all right? Because it took time for them to get where they are, all right? So that's all part in terms of being the best you. And the third point I want to share, and this is something that really helped, I was sharing I share with my students all the time because I like to tell stories. And I think I learned that from my grandmother. My grandmother was a good storyteller. And one of the things that we learned in Arizona, again, in another program that I was involved in, was overcoming fears. So you overcome fears by facing it. So I was involved in this, it was a professional development program for PhD students, and it was called Preparing Future Faculty. And that program was one of the best programs in my doctoral experience in terms of preparing me for my long career in academia. And one of the things I remember, this professor came in and he was talking about fears. He said, some people do not publish because they have a fear of rejection. And as silly as it sounds, it's real. So they never publish because they are afraid of failing. They don't publish because they don't want to get disappointed and to face that rejection and have to go through that process over and over and over and over. And he said the best way to overcome that fear is to face it. So you're afraid of writing, write anyway. You're afraid of speaking, find ways where you can talk. Talk, say thank you, say a welcome, an introduction, you know, volunteer to speak, find ways to do it. You are afraid of statistics, which I am, numbers, face it. So I tell the students about my story in terms of, I come from a background where I did not like math all of my life. And I think there were a few teachers who really helped me get over that phobia. But some of us are like that. Some of us have phobias for numbers. Some of us are in love with words, like I am. All right, but you need to face your fears and overcome them. And the best way to do it is by doing it. Just do it. Just do it. Find a way to do it. And even if you fail, I had a professional development program I went through, I think it was a year or two ago. Some people from Finland came and they had these catchy words. They said, fail hard, but learn fast. So there is a lesson that you would learn in terms of writing. And one of the things in terms of academic writing, it takes time. Even in terms of being able to speak well, it takes time. So go through the process. It's really a journey. Do not run away. Do not hide. Do not try to circumvent. Just go through your phase. Go through it. Face it. The third thing I want to share is find ways where you can help others. And why I say that is really about building a legacy of service. One of the students yesterday from Department of Political Science, she presented part of her MPhil work, which she talked about civic society. And I was asking her a question, during the question and answer, I said, how you build that? And she said, by volunteering. She talked about a lot of things in terms of, building a very formal institutional framework where government can really try to get that into the curriculum. But another thing she talked about is really about volunteering. So find ways to help. And you don't have to do anything grand. It doesn't have to be really big, a big project. But just start where you are. You might be in a class. When I was a student in Arizona, there were lots of Asian students, and many of them didn't speak English as their first language. And I spoke English as my first language. So they would ask me to look over their papers. So I did that. So find ways where you can provide support to your peers, all right? And it's not all about you getting something tangible, but it's about giving. Find ways to help, find ways to serve, find ways to build into others' lives, find ways, where you can volunteer, all right? Because in doing that, you are also building yourself. And I think sometimes, not just students, but we could overlook opportunities because we don't see something, what's in it for me, in terms of maybe something tangible, or maybe if I'm going to get something that I could actually run with it. It may not necessarily give you anything, in the immediate sense, but later on, you might see how I benefited. So in helping my colleagues in class who were from different countries and they did not speak English, I found it helped me in terms of my editing skills. I really got, I developed a skill set in terms of being able to edit well. All right, so find ways to help each other, support each other, find ways to work in teams, and find ways where you can, you should always be thinking of, how can I do this with someone? How could I include this person in this? Or how can I help someone in terms of reinforcing what I know? And the fifth thing I want to talk about is being teachable. And I capture this under self-leadership. And I learned this from my mom. My mom, I remember as early as ever, I would come home and I love to tell my mom about my day. And I would tell her about teachers that I would have. I would tell her about friends that I would have. I would tell her about, the workplace. And I remember when it started in terms of school, I would come home and say, Mommy, this teacher doesn't like me. And she said, really? Why? I said, well, they're really hard on me and they pick on me. And she's like, okay. And what I loved about my mom, she always gave me feedback. And, no matter how hard somebody is on you or how difficult you think that person is to work with, there's always something that you can learn from that experience. So she taught me about being teachable. And I really want to stress this. I heard Shelly-Ann Dr. Wilson, share this when she gave her welcome earlier in the week. And she was talking about her own experience with her professor, who she worked with in terms of her dissertation and being very discouraged after the first feedback. But she said she was happy that she stuck with it and she learned. So I want to encourage you to be teachable and embrace feedback. I know feedback is an art. I'm teaching my students that who I teach. I said feedback is an art. A lot of times our culture, we don't really encourage feedback in a rich and meaningful way. Sometimes we get it not in a way that we want it to be packaged, but I want to encourage all of you that no matter how it is packaged, try to find some way to use that feedback to build yourself, all right? And I've seen in my life, working with colleagues, working with leaders, I may not necessarily have the best, the feedback may not be packaged in a way that you would want it to be, but you need to develop some, toughness and allow yourself to learn, no matter how it is packaged. What can I learn from this experience? All right, because sometimes difficult situations can really bring out the best in you and make you stronger. All right, I've seen from my own life, and I know from others who are on this call right now, that taking feedback in terms of your writing or in terms of your interpersonal skills or any aspect of your professional and personal development has really helped in making you better. All right, so I want you to embrace that and really try to be more receptive to feedback and see it as being constructive. All right, so really what you're doing, you're building resilience, you're building perseverance, you're building competencies, your endurance, and all the other skill sets that you would need to be a very productive employee, as well as a productive citizen. And that's what we really want to develop in you all. So I'm leaving you all with these 5 tips that I wanted to share. Ideas make a difference. It's about being reflective, build up a reflective life. Secondly, I wanted to remind you that have role models, all right? And don't make them idols. It's about being the best you. You're developing yourself. Thirdly, overcome fears, and you overcome fears by just facing them. So it's about developing yourself, those areas that you need to improve on. And fourthly, find ways to help others. It's really leaving a legacy of service. And fifth and final point, it's about being teachable. And teachable is about self-leadership. So I'll leave you with those points, and I'm looking forward to enjoying the rest of this day and hearing the stories. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Dr. Roach, for that. Oh my gosh, it was just jam-packed of so much advice and so much very good advice. And one of the things that struck me almost immediately about this advice is that it bodes well in your student life and can really advance you in your student life, as well as your own personal life. So this idea of writing down things, this is something I do with my students as well. Write down your goals. As a postgraduate student, it is so important, especially when you get into that research element. It is so very important that you write down your ideas as you go along, because research is a beast that you're never sure at the outset how to go about it. So writing down your ideas, being reflective, role models, oh my goodness, yes, that is so very true. And I do like this idea that don't make them idols. No person is perfect, but there are always things in them to admire. And it links so well with the very last point about being teachable. Everything that happens in your life is something to learn from it. Overcoming fears. Well, as students, we are well familiar. What I didn't mention to the audience as well is that I am actually pursuing my PhD at this point in time. And there is so much to fear in that process. When you have your first seminars to do, some master's programs require you to do seminars, and it can be quite challenging to get there and put your voice out there. So that overcoming your fears, just stepping up and pushing through it, that is so very true. And finding ways to serve. I have found the best way to know if you understand the material is to try to teach it to somebody else. Come along and find somebody who needs that help. And even if you don't understand it 100%, you could work it out together. So Dr. Roach, really, really amazing advice here. And thank you very much for that. And it's actually a really nice segue into what we need to do next and into our next segment. And I am just looking to see if our next presenter, yes, our next presenter is there. So
Lisa, if one quick minute, please.
Sure.
If I can just ask if there are any program coordinators, the HODs who are on, if we could send a quick message to our students to say, hey, we're about to start the next session that is so critical to their research journey. So I would have sent it to my research methodology students this morning. If you can just send them a quick reminder that we're starting at 9:30. We have 3 minutes. Send them the Zoom link so it's an easy click. For those of you who are on, students, if you are part of a group chat for your projects, your assignments, your thesis, send a reminder to your friends that we're about to discuss the role and responsibilities of the supervisor and the student, right? So we want as many students and as many faculty members on. So if we could give them just those few minutes. Okay, Lisa, thanks.
Definitely, Dr. Jordan Miller. So I was saying that this is actually a very good segue into our next section. And once you get to master's level and beyond, so your MSc, your MPhil, your PhD, there's always some sort of research element that is attached to those degree programs. And that research element, whether you call it a practicum, a research project, a thesis, a dissertation, even a capstone, regardless of what you call that that research element, a supervisor is so important and key to you as a student being able to successfully negotiate that piece of research. So that our next section is really talking about the roles and the responsibilities, not just of the supervisor, but the student. Because I think each person has key things to bring to that relationship in order for the production of this piece of research to occur successfully. And, you know, as a coordinator for a master's program, I have to tell you, this is where the real challenges come up. You know, you start a master's program and you think to yourself, oh my gosh, these courses are difficult. And oh my goodness, it's so challenging to negotiate all this coursework and so forth. I am here to tell you from personal experience as well as observing numerous students, it is the research element that is so challenging and so key to this whole process. So this next section, we will really be highlighting these roles and these responsibilities. And to take us through that section is Dr. Justin Zephyrin. So let me just tell you a little bit about him before I hand over the floor. He's an experienced professional development trainer, lecturer, educator, educational technologist, researcher, counselor, and mentor within a background in the fields of education technology, instructional design, professional training, development, neuroeducation, which is brain-based learning, leadership research, English language and literature. A demonstrated history of working in education levels, higher education, secondary, primary, and even elementary levels in both the public and private sector. Dr. Zephyrin is a strong education professional with a Doctor of Education focused in instructional design for online teaching and learning from the Johns Hopkins University and an MSc in Education Technology Leadership. So Dr. Zephyrin is well positioned to advise us on the roles of both the supervisor and the students. So at this point, I hand the platform over to Dr. Zephyrin.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much for that. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great.
We can.
Just making sure. Hi, good. Thank you for that introduction. Very humbled by it. And I'm happy to be here. So we're going to have quite an interactive session regarding the roles and responsibilities of the supervisor and student. And I like to flip it to say student and supervisor because really it's the student that drives the research. And the supervisor is sort of that guide on the side. Think of it like this, guys. And that's the prevailing theme that would go throughout this session, that the student is the sage on the stage, the supervisor is the guide on the side. All right. So let's go straight into it. I'm gonna post some links in the chat. Let me just get that for you. And I just need you to answer these questions, please. They're anonymous, so you don't have to feel any particular way. All right. So, and you can let me know if you can see it. All right. So good. So let me move it forward so you can see the results. You're not going to see a name, just you're just going to see the results. So we're going to look at this whole dynamic, if you want to call it that, between the supervisor and the student as they go on this journey towards a graduate program, towards a graduate degree. Are you able to access the questions? You can let me know if you're seeing it, if it's not opening, if I need to go back and check. Yeah. Or not seeing it, as in not seeing the, you can let me know what you're not seeing, the links or the question? The links or the poll? It's a quick poll. If you need me to repost the links, let me know and I'll post it right away. Oh, you're not seeing the poll. Okay. Let me just fix that. Okay, 1 sec. Just 1 sec, guys. Are you seeing it now? Yeah.
Dr. Zafran, it's a little difficult getting into the polls. It wants you to create a profile and all that sort of thing. So it's taking a little while.
Yeah, you don't have to create a profile. Normally it'll just take you to the question and you enter a response.
Yeah, I simply just had to enter my name. Once I click that link, you just enter your name and answer. Try it.
Right. And the name is optional too. Okay, so we're getting some responses here. Let me go back and see. All right. I'm not sure I'm seeing this on the screen, but okay. Communication is communication, good. Someone said great. Oh, sorry. Yes, Chloe. That's exactly what I was saying. You just go and you can skip that part and just go straight to put in your response. All right. So far, I'm seeing two responses: communication and great. All right. Oh, communication is big. Okay. It's a mutual thing. Nice. Reciprocate. Well, I guess in this case, to put it in context, reciprocal. Collaborative. Respect. That's a big one. Eh? Both ways. It's not just from the student to the supervisor, but it also goes the other way around. Right. So we see now the reason you're seeing communication so big is because that's the most frequently used word. All right. In terms of the responses thus far. So communication is big, and and I like that because that's one of the things that we're going to touch on during the course of this presentation. All right. Responsiveness, again, that could relate to communication. Yeah. Okay, good. Let's go to the other question, because I think we have your ideal, if you were to use one word to describe your ideal student-supervisor relationship, you would say communication. I guess, well, that's more of a need. So communication is big, right? For both parties, I'm assuming. All right, so let's go to the other question and see what the responses are, shall we? So let's describe your actual. So that was your ideal, and now we want to describe the real. All right, I know they rhyme, it wasn't intentional. Okay, no problem, Camille. So now we're looking at the actual relationship. Begging, okay, okay. Inconsistent. Mm-hmm. Non-existent. Right, Camille said the ideal relationship is one that has mutual respect. I like that, Camille. I was just saying that professionalism and consistency. And then if you look at what the actual relationship seems to be, it seems inconsistent. Some persons said non-existent. Somebody said it's almost like you're begging, like I guess a pulling and tugging. Anybody else? Continue to type in your responses. And of course, we want to know these responses so we could move forward and really try to address these things. Mentor-mentee, excellent, excellent. That's what, that's actually what it also should be. That should also be the ideal, yeah? So I'm glad that whoever posted mentor-mentee, you're actually in a good relationship with your supervisor and students. Very stressful. Wow, yes. Yes, and stressful for some students. And generally, your program will be stressful, especially at the graduate level. Stress is part and parcel of it. But of course, when you have a difficult relationship with between the student and supervisor, it becomes a little more unnecessarily so. Yeah. Someone said respectable. Okay, good. Keep them coming, guys. I'll give a couple seconds more. Should I play some Jeopardy music? All right. Master slave. I love the honesty. I love the honesty in the responses. And we do get to that to an extent in terms of what we're going to address today. So master slave, somebody said on the other extreme would be mentor-mentee. Someone said inconsistent. Someone said non-existent. Another person said it's like a begging, pulling and tugging, like pulling teeth to Camille said master. Yeah, and that's okay. That's okay. I don't want you to feel how about posting because I want your real honest opinions here. Of course, respectful, right? So someone said unnecessary. I don't know if you want to elaborate on that, maybe in the chat. I guess unnecessary anxiety. So it's that sort of worrying and stress and that kind of thing. Okay, cool. Okay, so we're getting some more responses here. I think I'm seeing inconsistent. I'm not sure if I think that was there before. Non-existent. And if you see my head twisting, it's because the word cloud is I'm trying to read all the words. All right. Good. All right, let's go to the third question. And let's see some of the things here. What are some of the challenges you face in your student advisor or student supervisor relationship? Now you would see me, to me, the word supervisors in this context is to some extent synonymous with advisor. In different institutions, you would hear them, they would use advisor, research advisor. In our context, we use supervisor. It's more or less the same thing. But I'll go in later on in this session, I'll go into detail on the implications, yeah? And how the implications in terms of the rules and so on. So let's see, some words that, some challenges, sorry, that you face in your student-supervisor relationship. Time taken to get feedback, not understanding the feedback. I am so glad you said that because that's also something I might touch on, yeah, and I could relate to that. Yeah, I know what that is like. Yeah. Someone said it distant. Yes, it's I'm guessing because the relationship is not consistent, or certain things you would like more frequently done, and there's a disconnect, yeah, between the student and supervisor. Okay. Schedule, right? Okay. As in either you need a schedule, or you need to schedule things, or everything is based on a schedule. Okay. Impatient students. Okay, good. Now, guys, I hope you're seeing some connections here, right? Some correlations here. And I know many of you might be researchers as well. So some persons are saying, whether students or not, some persons are saying, the anxiety, the worry, the stress. And on the other extreme, we see, on the other perspective, we see impatient persons. Students who don't take advice well. Good. And compare that to what's going on in the chat with, not in the chat, sorry, what someone stated earlier, that not understanding the feedback. Yeah. Expectations. Good. I like the keep them coming, guys, because these are key words that you'll hear me use throughout this session. Derailment. Okay, derailment. Good. Camille said, what you meant is sometimes office hours or time availability might not work for a student, especially if they, right. Okay, good, good. I understand that, Camille, nice. Late submission of work, but hurry to get feedback. Yes, yes, that is a reality as well. And you would hear me mention things like deadlines. That's another keyword you'll hear me mention in this session, that it's always important to have deadlines and to work with those deadlines as best as possible. Student is the only driving force in the relationship. Good, okay. I like that we're getting both perspectives. I like it. And the reason I'm doing it like this is to get, for both parties to get insight of the perceptions and expectations of the other. So for example, the lecturers or research supervisors would get that insight to the perspectives, the perceptions and expectations of the student, and vice versa. Yeah? So let me give you about 20 more seconds to post a couple more responses. Students who want you to fully edit their work. Yes. Yes, yes, that is a reality in not every instance, but most instances. It depends on the nature of the student. And one of the things you'll have me say is that the needs of the role or the approach that the supervisor takes has to be predicated on the needs of the student. Some students will actually prefer to work more independently, and whenever we touch base, we touch base. But then others would need a little bit of hand-holding, especially in the initial stages, because that transition or acclimatization from undergrad to postgrad could be a bit of a bumpy one. Yeah, someone having your back, yes. And just let me say, and even though it's like a preamble to the rest of the session today, that is a big thing. That's one of the things that a student needs, that trust, that loyalty, if you want to call it that no matter what, the supervisor has your back, you have that support system. Yeah, I'm sure I'm speaking for some students too, right? Right? And vice versa, the student has your back, that the student remembers the supervisor, your name is associated with the student and his or her research. So you don't want the student to submit substandard things, right? Substandard work. So it's both parties having each other's back. Okay, good. So thank you so much for those responses. I really appreciate them. So, and I hope that as we go forward, oh, sorry, right, okay, yes, good. I hope as we go forward, we can try to address some of these things and provide some insight and find that as best as possible common ground. So these are some of the objectives we're going to cover throughout this session today. We're going to look at the roles of both student and supervisor. And attached to those roles, we're going to look at the responsibilities, right? What should the supervisor actually do? What should the student do? What the supervisor is not necessarily responsible for, and vice versa for the student. Then we're going to look at some practices that can either strengthen or threaten that student-supervisor relationship. All right. And that wouldn't take too long. It's just some of it I'll really talk to. Some of it I included in the slideshow as we go forward. All right. So hopefully it would meet the need. So let's go straight into it. What are the roles of the student and what are the roles of the supervisor? Well, really, when we think of the student is that diligent worker because you are the primary researcher, right? So you, like I said earlier, you students, you drive the research. You are the budding expert in this particular research or field, right? The supervisor, however, is more, like I said, the guide on the side. Remember that, right? The student is the sage on the stage, meaning you are center stage, you drive the research. Meanwhile, the supervisor is that sort of stage manager who cues you who tells you, okay, when to go to stage, or the director who will tell you what to do, or I wouldn't want to say tell you what to do, but guides you, right? So the supervisor is that advisor, mentor, reviewer. You have to review the work. And both parties, if you look at the bottom, the last 2 blocks, both parties need to be communicators. That's just part and parcel of it, right? Any relationship that is a healthy relationship needs communication and consistent or regular communication, all right? And we'll get into details with about that in just a bit. Now, so keep that in mind. The student is a primary researcher and the supervisor is that advisor, mentor, or reviewer. But there are some things that both parties have to, both parties have to fulfill some of the same roles. So as I said before, they both have to be communicators. So the student has to communicate with the supervisor, and then the supervisor has to reach out to the student as well, yeah? And that should be done fairly regularly to keep the wheels turning, so to speak. And then there are other things that you have to do. So both parties may have to be administrators to some extent. So for example, the student has to be mindful that, okay, with regard to their registration and, you know, being in the system, and you have to take care of that student. You have to make sure that your business is covered. But then also the supervisor has to be that administrator to guide you on some of the protocols and policies and so on where necessary, right? And brief you on these things. Both parties, both student and supervisor, have to function as coordinators. Yeah, so for example, when you have your seminar presentations, especially for those doctoral students who might be here, you know, it's a mutual thing. Students have to work with your supervisor and vice versa to schedule or coordinate your seminar presentations. Yeah, I know generally there tend to be like 3 seminar presentations, and of course your defense and all these different things. So you have to coordinate those things. Even deadlines for submission, those are things that you work on together. It's not, okay, I supervise or review the project or the research, and then the student has to go and do whatever else. No, it's a mutual thing, all right? And then both parties are researchers, yeah? As I said before, the student is a primary researcher, but it doesn't mean that the supervisor has nothing to do with it. The supervisor, remember, is that mentor, but also that mentor researcher, if you will, right? Because you're guiding the student in his or her research. So you could consider yourself as almost like a secondary researcher, right? And then of course, both have to be reliable workers. And I said that, I posted that there because, you know, the student has to submit work, but the supervisor has to review the work. So both, and they have to do so in a reliable way. So the student has to meet deadlines and vice versa. The supervisor, you know, you're not going to take a whole semester necessarily to review just one chapter. Yeah, I'm not putting any pressure, but I'm just saying, you know, in order to keep things going and to keep the process efficient, both work is required on both ends. So I have a short video here that would shed some light on the role of a graduate supervisor and by extension, the student. Yeah, so just take a look at it. It's very short, and we'll get back to and I'll come back right after. Yeah. Let me know if you can't hear.
So I think the role of a PhD supervisor really is to be somebody who provides support and guidance. Obviously doesn't do the work for the student, but is there on hand to offer advice when they need it, or give some information about where to go to find information, that kind of thing.
In principle, I think that the role of a supervisor, the main task of a supervisor, is to support students and help him to complete his postgraduate studies. So now, what means support? I think that's a crucial question. And I think that you have different approaches from supervisors to support the students. So the one approach is to just be an advisor and be more like counseling the student when the student is in need of help. The second approach is more of a guiding and leading approach. So the supervisor has a clear goal of what should be done, a clear picture in mind of what should be done, and then helps the student to reach it. I think that whether you follow the one approach or the other approach, or where you are within the continuum of, between guiding and advising, is depending on several different factors. The first one is whether the supervisor has a certain supervision style. I think this is really probably a very important factor defining this relationship between student and supervisor. But it also should very strongly depend on the needs of the students, because students have their expectations, and some students need more freedom, whereas others need more security. And finally, of course, it probably also strongly depends on the subject. So some subjects will need more guidance, some subjects will need more, like there's a possibility to just lean a bit more back as a supervisor.
Right. So you tell me, what are some of the things that stood out to you in that short video? You could post it in the chat, or you can use your mic, anyone. And then there was silence. So should I call some names? Let me see.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. What stood out for me is that both supervisor and the student has a responsibility, and one of the key things there is communication.
Yes.
That is very, very critical if both of us are going to operate as a team.
Yes.
Communication is the key there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that contribution. You're definitely right. Communication is a key component, even though it's sometimes that factor that, you know, where persons fall short, yeah? And then that's like a snowball effect, because there's no communication, there's no update on the progress of the research gets stagnant, and the student, you know, gets disenchanted, the lecturer gets preoccupied with other things because you're not on the radar, out of sight, out of mind. And so, you know, it goes nowhere. Anything else, guys? Communication is key. I like that.
The needs of the student can drive the process.
Very good. Very good. And thank you for that point, Ms. McDonald, because and this is really the next slide. So I'm just putting this here. Not that I want to stop the responses, but you can continue responding. But definitely the needs of the students drive the research, the pace and the direction. Yeah, like I said, the researcher is the student is the primary researcher. So that is it's you know, and in our field, what we call it is a learner-centered approach or a student-centered approach, where the the supervisor is that not just a guide, but facilitates the student, basically. Yeah, anything else, guys, that stood out to you in that short video presentation? We're very quiet. Chantal? Anybody?
Justin, I think one of the very first comments made by this student, I believe, was that of support.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that that's a critical issue, because sometimes I find students want you to lead and drive.
Right.
I think many times what we have as supervisors is a supporting role in terms of supporting them on their journey and,
Yes.
and giving guidance. So I always tell my students, listen, if you're at the master's and certainly at the PhD level, and I give you advice, it is just that. It is advice, it is recommendation, but you are the one in the driver's seat. If you feel that there's another direction that you want to go in based on the work that you're doing, based on the readings, because you are reading more than your supervisor, you should be.
Yes.
You should know your topic more than your supervisor.
Exactly.
So it really has to be that support and that understanding that supervisors are there to support and not really say to the student, you must do this and you must go here.
Right.
Yeah.
And that is so true, that the student is the one who drives the research. As you said, they're in the driver's seat. And the supervisor is that sort of driving instructor that is prepping the student to get his or her license. I'm using that analogy, Leslie Ann. So, so yeah, it's that process. It's that kind of dynamic, I should say. It's not necessarily that the supervisor is supposed to be doing most of the work or directing, the student every step of the way. There are some points where the supervisor might just lay out the options, and then the student has to decide what's the best direction to take. Yeah, but then some students require a little bit of hand holding along the way, at least initially. So I'm kind of, I understand both parties, and thanks, Maxine, for the thumbs up. So, all right, so we have here, in terms of the roles, some of the different hats that the supervisor plays. So of course, as was just mentioned, the supervisor is the assistant. And I try to highlight some of the words along the way to kind of emphasize those things. You're supposed to assist the student, as Dr. Jordan Miller just mentioned, that you're not doing it, you're just assisting. You monitor the student's progress, and that's a big part of the process. You would know that you have to do a progress report. That's a very important part we'll get to. You have to be, like I said, the guide on the side. You're not directing or telling the student everything that they need to do, but you guide. Okay, but if you do this, this is what can happen. If you do this, this is what can happen. And then based on the options laid out, the student can make a more informed decision. Yeah, so you see the kind of dynamic. But sometimes the student might, at the initial stages at least, and I'm only saying it at the initial stages, the student might need that hand-holding in terms of, okay, tell me what to do. Because some students need that little push, right? Like I said, the student is the one who drives. The approach the supervisor takes is predicated on the needs of the student. So I remember when I was doing my one of my graduate degrees, my supervisor at the time I just told her what I wanted to do, but I didn't really know how to phrase it, and in terms of my research topic. And we sat there for like about an hour or so, brainstorming. I'm just telling her, well, okay, what I want to do, what I want to focus on, that kind of thing. And she was able to provide me with a workable thesis topic, right? Or research topic, I should say. And from there, of course, I was able to modify it or tweak it, you know what I mean, along the way to make it more succinct. So and of course, from there, I was able to, bit by bit, take certain steps in a particular direction, and of course, finish the program. So sometimes the student needs that sort of hand-holding direction. from the supervisor. But then after a while, once the student gets that, firm foundation, they can take the initiative on certain things. So what I'm saying is that the supervisor has different hats, and you'll see I have a graphic with that as well. You have different hats, but, and sometimes you have to wear certain hats at different times of the journey. Likewise for the student, right? The student has certain things to do. So the student must remember that, well, first of all, the student, you are the primary researcher, so work is part and parcel of your, you have to be that diligent worker. You have to be prepared when you're meeting with your supervisor. You don't want it to be a counterproductive or an unproductive meeting. So anytime you're meeting, and this is some advice for students, anytime you're meeting with your supervisor, make sure you have something to report on, because then what's the sense of meeting? The supervisor can only advise on what you provide, what you give them, the information you give them, the work that you've done. So you should never go to a meeting and say, well, I didn't really get through with X, Y, and Z, or I didn't, because then the supervisor has nothing to work with. So you have to make sure and get your work done, or at least have something to show, something new to show, even if it's an update on the writing of your dissertation. You know what I mean? So have something, or it's a decision, or something you're considering, a direction to take, and you want to share it with the supervisor. That is something worth, that's part and parcel of preparing for a meeting with your supervisor. So never go to a meeting unprepared, right? And we saw this earlier. Pay attention to the advice that a supervisor gives. And you'll hear me give a couple testimonies, if you will, along the way, because I think it's something that might be insightful for both parties. In one of my graduate programs, the supervisor was giving me feedback. And when I resubmit, she would say that, she was complaining that she's seeing the same mistakes. I'm not taking her advice. I'm not, whatnot. But then the other extreme, the other side to that was that I wasn't understanding what she was trying to say. And I think we saw that in the icebreaker earlier, right? Where students are not understanding the feedback or understanding what is the supervisor is asking or looking for. And because of that, it seems to the supervisor that you're not taking the advice, you're not taking the corrections, you're not, so and that's why communication is key. All right, be mindful of each other's commitments and schedules, right? Both parties are busy, not just the supervisor, both parties are busy with all life. That's life, right? And of course, the student, is the one that conducts the research. So now we're going to go into the next part of this with the responsibilities. And I'm going to post a link here in the chat. Let me see, it's not, one sec. I'm going to post a link in the chat for the next exercise. All right, let me just post that very quickly for you. So please let me know if you can access the poll from there. So we're going to look at the roles. So we looked at the roles. So we know that the student is supposed to be that primary researcher, that coordinator, that communicator, that a couple different things. And likewise, the supervisor has to be that reviewer, that guide on the side, whereas the student is a sage on the stage, that mentor, that advisor. Because really and we saw this is correlated to the needs that you mentioned earlier in the icebreaker, where a student needs loyalty, needs to know that the supervisor has my back, you know what I mean? And then the supervisor needs to know that, is this worth my time? Is the student wasting my time? Is the student, doing the needful things? Is the student taking on my advice, as we say, right? So in your opinion, what are the responsibilities of the student in a student-supervisor relationship? Please let me know if you can access the poll. Okay. No problem, Camille. Right. To work diligently, to communicate with the supervisor, to self-motivate. Okay, okay. I want to ask somebody to elaborate on that. Whoever posted that, to self-motivate. Good. Do your research. Indicate if you have challenges. Yes, that is true. Like we said, the student is a primary researcher, so you need to do the work, right? And if you have challenges along the way, you indicate that to your supervisor needs to know so they can guide you accordingly. And while persons are typing, anyone who has something to say about the importance of self-motivation, you might want to elaborate on that. Anybody? You could use your mic, that's okay. Or type it in the chat. Now, you notice I don't like to do all the talking, right? I like to hear it from you. So how important is it for self-motivation? While you type your responses in the poll here, how important is self-motivation?
Thank you. Self-motivation is very, very important because there are times when you feel down and you feel like giving up.
Right.
So sometimes you might be out in the field doing the research and sometimes you are faced with hurdles. And well, I'm speaking for me, I would like, and I am working, so I have to balance work, do all the things to work, and then balance the time for the research. So sometimes I would, tell myself, why am I doing this? Do I really need to do this? And then I would then look at the positive side that you have started a journey and you need to finish the journey. You owe it to yourself and to your supervisor who is also making time to help you to finish this journey.
Right, right. Excellent. Thank you so much for that. So, and I'm seeing, so definitely, and I think Damien is agreeing with you. You need that self-motivation, that sort of pick-me-up, so to speak. Sometimes you might have to speak to yourself and really be determined, have that determination to complete what you've started. Now, that builds resilience, and I talk about that in a little bit. And Damien said, if you lose the zeal to do it, for whatever reasons, whatever challenges you may face, then it could throw everything off, right? So thank you so much for that.
Dr. Sefran, could I also just say that, it's exceedingly important and there's so many challenges faced in attempting to consistently do the work. And although we recognize the students as very important, I think there is an expectation that this is an area that the supervisor would actually help with.
Yes, yes, yes. And that's what I was going to get at when I asked the question initially. If, because sometimes, remember, the student is, think of it like, I don't want to say a baby, you're not a baby, but the supervisor is the one who's more experienced, right? In terms of research, to an extent in terms of the field. So the supervisor has a big part to play in the confidence and motivation of the student in some cases. Some students might be, okay, I just need to know that you're there whenever I could, I don't need you to tell me exactly what to do and all that. I'm more independent, and that works for some students. But then other students need that sort of, other students may not be as confident, yeah? I was not very confident in my graduate studies and so on, and it took a while to really get to become more confident or assertive and really, take charge of the process. I needed that sort of hand holding. I needed that kind of, I was a little insecure in terms of, okay, am I making sense? Am I, and that's where the supervisor would come in to sort of, no, you're doing good, you're making sense. That is a worthwhile thing. But then the other extreme is if the supervisor can easily demolish or demoralize demolish the confidence or demoralize the student. I remember in another program I was in, I was thinking of going a particular direction, And the supervisor at the time was not, I guess maybe was not as, I'm trying to be diplomatic, was not as informed of that particular direction. And so kind of guided me to stay with what was safe. Yeah. And so that kind of played with my confidence a little bit, because here I'm reading all of this, I'm researching this thing, and I'm seeing, you know, some insightful things that I've never seen mentioned in the field or whatnot. And the supervisors tell me, well, that is not valid. It doesn't exist. It doesn't, you know. So of course, it shut me down. So, you know, I didn't really look into it any much further, only to realize later on that, let's say when I was finished with the program and so on, that I saw it was a valid concern. Yeah, a valid theme, I should say, in that, and should have been included more in detail in my research. But that's okay. You live and you learn. And I see we have some comments here. We all need a cheerleader. Yes, yes. You need that. It's really, you could say cheerleader, but it's really a support system, right? And I think that was mentioned in the chat, in the icebreaker as well. So good. The responsibilities of the student, really, you have to communicate, as we said, that's at the top of the by no, not deliberately, but it just happened to be at the top here. You have to communicate, coordinate, deliver on time. That's, you know, when you have to submit work and follow through on tasks. You have to know certain things. You have to know your status in the program. You have to know about the field. You are driving the research, and you have to document the process, document your research, document your findings, document the times that you met, document the feedback. Sometimes the feedback might come verbally, yeah, from your supervisor. You need to document that. I write down everything so I know exactly what the supervisor is looking for or needs me to do, yeah. And here's some guidelines. Even in terms of the responsibilities and duties of the student. Of course, you need to complete the program requirements. That's, and in a timely fashion, all right? And have a certain, produce quality work. You need to know the resources, whether human or otherwise, library resources, persons who you might need to incorporate into your research. You might need to interview someone who's a leader in the field, right? So all of these things, of course, your relevant offices, your department, graduate studies, etc. I was a staple in graduate studies during my time when I was doing one degree here. They knew me by face, by name, by program, by issues. All right, so yeah, not to make yourself a nuisance, but you know, again, that's part of, for me, it was part of being familiar with what is required and having that communication, not just with the supervisor, but also with the graduate studies and all administrators. So when I met with my supervisor, I was able to say, well, okay, this is what I was told, this is what, you know, and it's not making sense to me and whatnot and whatnot. And the supervisor can now take it forward or verify certain things, yeah? Added to that, like I said, you need to coordinate with the supervisor. You need to document, I said that before, all right? And establish the expectations. What do you need of the supervisor? When I, during my doctoral research, that was one of the things that first things that my advisor asked, what do you need from me? What do you want me? What do you need? What do you need me to do? What do you need from me? And I'd never had that before in a graduate sort of program, right? And by that time, I had already done 2 master's degrees. So for me, it was a little, okay, this is, oh, what, like me, you know? So I think supervisors, that's a good approach to take, because then you can gauge what the student actually needs. It's almost like doing an informal needs assessment. Yeah, and then you know how to tailor your efforts or your approach in dealing with the student. So when we move to the supervisor, I have, so as I'm just saying that, what do you require of the supervisor? Now I'm posting, this is probably the last link for the session today. So what do you think are the rules, not the rules, sorry, the responsibilities and duties of the supervisor. So we looked at the student. We said that the student needs to be that primary researcher, that they need to be supported, and that's where they talk of having a cheerleader, that sort of background. And of course, the student needs to be a self-motivator, right? Camille, I see you have your hand up. Go ahead.
What I wanted to say, something that stood out to me that I don't know if other people like myself were never asked what the supervisor asked the student or asked you, what do you want from me?
Mm-hmm.
Because I think now if more supervisors do that, it will actually help to define the entire course of the supervisor-student relationship, because it is somewhat like a mentoring relationship, not so?
Yes, 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 you're definitely right. You're definitely right. Thank you so much for that. So yes, so I think it's something that more supervisors should ask, even if because let me tell you why, and that's part of the communication, that you ask, what do you need? Ask of the student, what do you need? Because then you can say as a supervisor now what you expect and what you can give and how you can chart the way forward and where you might have certain limitations even. Yeah, so that opens the line of communication. What it did for me as a student at that time was make me a little more comfortable with the supervisor, that I can trust the supervisor, that the supervisor has my best interest at heart. So more than just the communication, it also helped to build that relationship, that trust, that loyalty, that, you know. So thank you so much for that, Camille. We have in the pool, the supervisors to offer guidance, unbiased perspective, support, build that morale, keep abreast of the students' progress, good. And I saw some others, be firm. The supervisor is supposed to be firm. So the supervisor is definitely supposed to be that loyal figure, that mentor, that advisor, but also, well, of course, I'm speaking that role, but in terms of the supervisor is supposed to give sound advice, help the student make informed decisions, yeah, and we see here offer guidance. Anything else, guys? Sometimes you might have to correct the student or reprimand the student in a respectful way. Keep in mind that the student is an adult, so it's not, you know, to be a miracle worker. Wow, yes.
Can I make another contribution,
Sure,
please?
you go right ahead.
I think one of the things I would be very open to say is that supervisors must be honest and trustworthy. I have been to certain defenses already, and I have seen the uncomfortableness where when questions were asked to the student, the supervisor will asking strange question to the person who they would have been supervising and thus putting them in a spot.
Yes.
I think we need to have honesty in people. A supervisor must be honest, and the person you are supervising must be able to trust you. So if you tell me to put in this part, so when I go to the defense, I am comfortable. I must not be uncomfortable because you're now looking like you, the supervisor, not even sure what I just did.
Yeah.
That's very uncomfortable.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
You're most welcome. Thank you for that valuable contribution. Again, I think you raise a very, very, very valid point that, you know, when a situation like that arises, it sort of threatens the level of trust that the student has in the supervisor. It sort of also threatens the reliability. It also messes with the students' not just comfort, but confidence, because here you are asking me something that you never spoke to me about. Now, on the flip side, sometimes the supervisor can be asking you that question because they know that you would have covered that in your write-up, or that it's something that you may have discussed with them previously, right? Whether you remember it or not, or sometimes the supervisor might be asking that question to help you, to guide you even in that seminar or defense, you know, to help you to ask that question so you can elaborate on it, within thinking that you probably know what it's about and you could elaborate and look good, so to speak, right? Sometimes it's done with it's that approach that the supervisor is taking, right? Maxi, go ahead. I see you raise your hand. Your mic is off. In the meantime, the poll be understanding, because the student will doubt themselves, right? Someone said make time for the student or simply don't supervise. Okay, yes, that is just before you mentioned, you say that, Maxi. I like this contribution here. Make time for the student or simply don't supervise. I think for supervisors, you must have that factored in your schedules, right? When you meet with your students, because if you don't meet with your students, then things can get derailed. The student can go off in a direction that maybe they shouldn't go into, and then time is wasted, and then the whole program is set back, so to speak. Yeah. So keep that in mind. So you want to make time for that. Go ahead, Maxi. Go ahead.
Yes, I read a lot about Himalayan mountain climbing, and doing a PhD is like climbing a mountain, and that's why I mentioned the Sherpa and the guru. The Sherpa is there to guide you, right?
Yes.
And Sheila,
yeah,
you are a brilliant follower to your guide.
Yes, I'm not sure where you would have mentioned that, but I'm assuming, well, not in the chat, maybe in one of the polls.
In the chat.
In the chat, okay, yes. I didn't see it in the chat, sorry. But yes, you're definitely right. You're definitely right. A PhD is no easy thing. I was talking to someone the other day and I say, it's something that you have to think long and hard before you embark upon one, you know, or pursuing one, because it's a sacrifice. It's a level of stress that is not normal. Let me say it like that, you know what I mean? And nor should it be, yeah? It's supposed to be difficult, because that's part of what makes a PhD. You know, you're not only getting a degree, and I'll show you that later on, it's more than that, yeah? So when we think of the supervisor is that sort of advisor, that guide, but then that's not only where it stops, yeah? The supervisor wears multiple hats. Sometimes you might have to be a counselor, yeah? When the student encounters a personal problem, the supervisor has to be able to counsel that student, or even at least refer that student to a counselor, a more experienced counselor, right? Depending on how the nature of the situation. For me, during my doctoral studies, I encountered some financial problems and, you know, a host of problems. And the supervisor had to, you know, met with me, obviously, we were meeting regularly, but she was able to either, even if it's not point me in a particular direction, at least give me some sort of motivation, or to let me know that, listen, you're going to get through this. This is the way we work it out, that sort of thing. So even if it's just to hear that, that went a long way, because several times in the journey, you might feel to just, as was mentioned, I think someone mentioned over the mic, you might feel to just stop or drop out, or why am I doing this? Is it worth it? Is it, you know, and that's where the supervisor comes in. Sometimes self-motivation may not be enough. You might need that little extra support, all right? And so these are some of the responsibilities or duties of the supervisor: to provide assistance, to provide support, to guide, to review students' submissions, sorry for the typo there, to provide meaningful feedback. And what do I mean by meaningful feedback? Meaningful feedback is not just saying that, okay, good job, or all right, good work, okay, excellent. That doesn't mean anything, right? Besides the fact that, okay, you like it, but why, what makes it excellent? What makes it good? What makes it not good? Yeah, or what makes it bad? So you need to give detailed feedback. That helps in the review process and the review and amendment process. I see Camille says, right, so true. I've met persons whose motivations for doing a PhD was to be a so-called doctor, or they want to be the first in their family to obtain this degree, right? This may be well and good. However, I always caution persons who say this, that if that is all, if that's the reason they want to do it, then it wouldn't be enough, right, to sustain them when it becomes really challenging. And that is true. That is true. You need to find what motivates you. And then at the same time, so you have that intrinsic motivation, internal, so you know why you might be doing it, if it's to be the first one in your family or for that self-fulfillment. But then you also need extrinsic motivation, that external motivation, which the supervisor helps to provide. Like, you know, whether it's a simple compliment, whether it's some sort of celebration of the milestones, which is why a progress report is so important. And I'll show you that in just a bit. So, and look, it's funny, I didn't see it on this slide until just now. You need to provide encouragement or motivation, all right? So keep that in mind. You wear several hats, supervisors, all right? And look, we see here, similar to the student, however, with a little more detail. So you have to communicate and advise. In addition to coordinating and documenting things, your progress with the student and so on, you also need to deliver, review, and provide timely and meaningful feedback. All right? So really, when we think of the student-advisor relationship, it's very much a two-way sort of thing, a two-way dynamic. You know, they say it takes two hands to clap, and that's exactly what this is. It takes two hands to clap. I'm looking at the time. I hope you don't mind me just going just a little over, just about 5 minutes again, and that should be it. Is that okay, Dr. Jordan Miller?
Yes, Justin, that is perfectly fine. This session actually ends at 11:15. So after you leave, we're going to have some open discussion and so on. So you can have as much time as you need.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And this is something I'm very passionate about as well, because it's not just the knowledge of it, but the experience. So I could relate both ways. So thank you so much for that, Dr. Miller. So, you know, as I say, it takes two hands to clap. So there are things that the student needs to deliver on or do. And likewise, there are things that the advisor needs to deliver or do or provide. And together, they make a more cohesive relationship that would help. Ultimately, the ultimate goal is to really not just develop the student, but to help the student reach that finish line. Yeah. So for example, if the student doesn't provide any work, then the advisor can't review it. If the student doesn't provide any updates, then the advisor cannot guide. Yeah. So you see where it's going, right? If the student doesn't provide any sort of, doesn't do any research, and in terms of not just field research and so on, but even if it's basic library research, then the advisor cannot provide that insight as to what might be, you know, worth using and what might be, okay, you don't have to use that, maybe the publishing company or the sample size is negligible, you know, those things. In my experience as a student, graduate student, there was some articles I would use and, well, would like to use, I should say, just because of not just the topic, but some of the themes or the things that they were looking at, yeah, and some of the findings and so on. But then when I took it to my supervisor at the time, she would say, but look at the sample sizes. The sample size is all of 7. That's negligible. That is not a representative kind of, you know, and of course, using their statistical jargon, it's not representative, it's not valid, it's not, you know, these different things. So, and of course, we will go into, I wouldn't say an argument, it would be more of a conversation or a brainstorm session of, okay, it's not, the sample size is not very large, it's very menial, but then I like what they said about such and such and such and such, or I like what they were alluding to, and maybe that's something I could build on in my research. And that's how the research, you know, developed. And you know, so sometimes, and that's a technique that we call branching, where you could look at one article and get several different points that would help you in going for several others. So it's kind of, you start off with one and then you branch off with several different others to, to explore those avenues, or even in some of the other articles that they might be referencing. All right. So this is another short video that I think would help provide that insight in that two-way, that rapport, that dynamic, the student-supervisor dynamic. So let's take a look at this.
So I think in terms of what I would want to see from a PhD student is their commitment to their PhD. First and foremost, because it's their study or series of studies generally. I would expect them to come up with ideas, but not to be afraid of saying, you know, I've got no idea what's going on here, and being able to ask for that advice as well. So I think it's a balance between both of those things really. So they need to be proactive and motivated and confident in what they're doing, but they also, you know, there are going to be times when they feel that they don't have a clue, and that they're not afraid to come and ask about that as well.
Well, my expectations as a PhD supervisor are, I think, on the top of my list is enthusiasm. I want a student who has fun working on the topic and who is enthusiastic about his work. I think that's, for me, the most important thing. I know that a lot of people put things like grades and intelligence on top of this, but that's not for me the case. In fact, there is not even, these factors are for me not even in top 3. So the second on my list is a personal relationship, and that sounds now weird maybe, but what I mean with this is that every person has his own characteristics, and some persons click with each other, and other persons just don't get along well, and that's not necessarily that there is the fault of one of the other person. And I think if you have a student, you have to have somebody who, you don't have to be friends with the student, but you need to have a certain level of empathy and sympathy for another person. So I cannot have a student, even if it's the best student in the world, who I don't have a principal understanding of interaction. So that's also really important for me. And the third factor is commitment. So it's about putting in the work. And I think that completing a PhD is a lot of hard work. There will be moments of despair. There will be moments of hardship. And I think that nobody should start a PhD without knowing that and being ready to put in the effort to overcome this hurdle. And the one expectation I have from a PhD student is that it's when things do not go well, that the student comes to me and addresses the issues. These issues might be related to the work of the student, or these issues might be related to the relationships between the supervisor and the student. I think no matter what it is, the most important thing is communication. So that's a crucial expectation from my side. A second expectation, which is also very, very strong expectation, is there are certain moral obligations in science so that you do not forge data, that you do not copy text from another person without quoting properly. I think this is also, there must be this level of trust that the student doesn't do that. I think it is very easy to forge data, and also in a way that you cannot prove that it's forged. But I think I would have to stop the supervision if I would have the fear that this is an eventuality with a high likelihood.
Right. So you notice some things that they highlighted there. One, that the student drives the research, right? They are the expert in the field, but then also the supervisor, again, is the guide on the side. Notice, again, the issues of the recurring themes or words, communication, trust, yeah? And it's something that I know it was earlier in the slideshow, but I didn't really mention it. I didn't emphasize it too much. But ethical principles and guidelines, right? You want to make sure that is, because that could not only jeopardize your research, but it can also have implications for the supervisor in terms of, because remember, they are affiliated with the research or with you. So you don't want to put your supervisor, and I'm speaking to students obviously, you don't want to put your supervisor in those compromising positions, yeah? And those are things that could strengthen or threaten the relationship. Any other points that stood out to you in that video presentation?
Dr. Zafran, one thing that stood out was when he said if a student has challenges, he would prefer that they come to him.
Yes.
And discuss these challenges, because it might be related to the student, or it might be related to the relationship between the student and his supervisor. And one thing I want to add is something I've noticed. It's easy for any student, it could be anybody, including myself or you, where we get comfortable discussing with others, our friends, our colleagues, anybody except the supervisor. And sometimes it gets back to the supervisor, distorted what was said, and that could really, you know, impact on the relationship between the supervisor and the student.
Yes, and that has actually happened to me already, right? So Camille, thank you for that. Where I may have confided in someone, just, you know, it's easy to confide in a friend, right? And maybe someone may have overheard or whatnot, and it got back to the supervisor, and then it was a distortion of what was actually said, and you know, and it becomes a very toxic relationship. Yes, and empathy and sympathy, a level of understanding is also needed, right? Both sides, because remember, your supervisor is not God. Your supervisor is a human being. So there may be challenges and limitations that the supervisor may have. And of course, the student must be understanding of that. And the other side of the continuum, or the other way, sorry, vice versa, the supervisor must empathize and whatnot with, and understand the level at which the student is at, the limitations of the student, you know, and all these different things. What Camille said, going back to what Camille said, you know, in order for a student to really have that healthy rapport with the supervisor, that relationship must be established. So you can't have a very distant, or, as some person said in the icebreaker, non-existent relationship, with your student, and then expect the student to come and confide in you that, okay, you know, this. If it's already a tempestuous relationship, or it's a difficult relationship, I should say, not tempestuous, but a difficult relationship, then some communication, again, we go back to communication, needs to happen. It may not be necessarily the communication as in confiding about how I feel, but it might be in a respectful way, expressing the challenges we've had. And I've been in those situations already with, let's say, a supervisor in one of my programs. It was very difficult. I think that it was very difficult. And we tried to have a conversation about it. In fact, the conversation went into wee hours of the night, started in the afternoon, like let's say about 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and then went all the way until 8, 9 in the night, because it was an intense conversation, not raising voices and slamming down things, no, none of that, but in terms of addressing issues, right? Understanding, because the supervisor also expressed their, where they felt offended, right? In terms of whether what correspondence was sent, or what correspondence was not sent, or felt a certain type of way. So it was a very long but much needed conversation. You know, so that is important as well. I see Maxie has, right? You raise your hand, go ahead.
I want to speak like a UA student. I want to give a shout out, a big up to my supervisor, who shall remain nameless, for patience and understanding.
So so thank you. So even though they should remain, he or she would remain nameless, Why would you want to big up your supervisor? What about that relationship makes you want to big up that supervisor, as we see?
Because I've had a testing time and she has been patient and understanding and guiding me throughout.
Okay, good. So she was able to empathize and sympathize and understand the struggle that you had, right?
Yes.
Right, and help you through.
And she's listening. I hope Dr. Rose will convey to her my sentiments.
Big up, as you see. So yeah, so you see, guys, the value of it. So that relationship is not just the student supervisor relationship is not just an academic one. Yeah, it's not just an academic one. It's one that, like I said, the supervisor has to wear multiple hats. Sometimes you might be a counselor, you might have to be a friend to an extent, you know, that sort of thing. Right. Definitely, Michael. Definitely. I think something like this is a good start, you know. So let's go into some things where things that could either, you know, threaten or strengthen the student supervisor relationship. All right. You know, so this is kind of putting it all in perspective. I know I mentioned some of the responsibilities and some of the actions that goes with the rules and so on. But let's look at some things that enhance or degrade or weaken the relationship. So someone mentioned it just recently about time, right? Yes, I agree with that as well, Leslie. I think it's something that I was hoping that both were attending this session as well. But definitely, I think, and I would like to help with that if someone else as well is okay. But I think that's a good initiative to have with the commencement of the research course in particular programs. I think that should be something that all faculties should put into practice. So make time to be available, right? As a supervisor, you might be very busy. We know that you have your teaching load, right? You have your research to do. You have administrative duties, and I say like meetings to attend, other things to be completed, you know, and even other students to supervise, other research projects. But you also have to make time to meet with your students, right? You can't be, and somebody mentioned if you don't have the time to supervise, and don't supervise at all. But sometimes as a supervisor, you don't really have that luxury. Supervising is part and parcel of the job. So you have to make time for it. One of my supervisor in my doctoral research, we actually had it scheduled well ahead of the semester when we would meet, right? And we would have it, whether it's a Google Calendar or some electronic calendar. So we both have it and we both know when we're going to meet. And if it is that we are unable to meet, we can notify each other in advance. Now, sometimes you may not be able to schedule a meeting like a formal way, but the student might just need a quick question or to reach out to you for a quick response. Sometimes you may not be able to respond right away, but other times, wherever you can respond and give the student some quick feedback or for a quick meeting. One of the things that I didn't like with in one of my programs is where a supervisor was never available, and it started to frustrate me a bit because I want that guidance, but you're never available or you're too busy to meet with me, and I'm like, okay, I need to wrap this thing up, you know. So keep that in mind. Know that the cycle of this could be a very onerous process, but I always believe there's a way to make it efficient. You know, when you submit your yes, I found so I figured it would be. Yes, could be. So try to establish a systematic approach regarding the regarding the submission of work, the review of it, and the feedback process. Now, how do you make that more systematic? Really, it's in the feedback element. And as we mentioned earlier, sometimes you might give feedback. A student might submit work. Let's say you set a deadline, the student submits at the deadline, and then you review it as a supervisor, and but you have to give feedback, and meaningful feedback, as I mentioned earlier. if you give very vague or very vague feedback, it doesn't serve the student very well, because then the student it's open to misinterpretations, it's open to misunderstandings, and then it only frustrates you and the student because then the student doesn't get it or understand what you're saying, and then does something contrary or doesn't fix it at all. And then of course you have to go and review the same work that you really, reviewing is not the easiest thing to do. All right, it could be taxing as well, especially when it's a long thesis. All right, so definitely keep that in mind. And I believe that the feedback is really where that it lends for a more efficient process. Yeah. So let's say, for example, if you still submit something and you review it and you give meaningful or detailed feedback, then there's minimal chance that the student will, one, misinterpret the feedback. There's maximum chance for the student to correct what was wrong or to make amendments. And then there's minimal correction to do when you review it the subsequent time. All right. So meaningful feedback is really specific or detailed. Yeah. The other thing, and now of course, when you don't give detailed feedback, like I said, it weakens the relationship, or it makes things frustrating for both the supervisor and the student, because the student doesn't know what you mean by this, and they would assume or misinterpret something, and then you have to and then submit it to you, and then you are seeing this and you are like, but I thought I told the student to fix, and so those things tend to lead to frustration and stress, and ultimately, hinder the relationship. All right. So the next thing is really to motivate each other. How do you motivate? Because the student can motivate the supervisor and vice versa. How is that possible? Well, communication, regular submission and feedback, meaningful feedback, like I just mentioned. Providing insight, not just to academically related, but insight even to how one might be feeling. Let's say how the student might be feeling. Don't be afraid to say how you feel about something. If you're frustrated about something, that is okay. That's part of your human. All right. Supervisors are usually very motivated when his or her student is a diligent worker and has that, as you saw in the video. And when I say diligent worker, they are motivated, they are results oriented and that kind of thing. And of course, celebrating milestones. How do you celebrate the milestones? Well, of course, that's where your progress report comes in. Yeah. You need the progress report is not just for an administrative thing to see what progress you've made in the program, but it's also an opportunity for you to celebrate the milestones, to keep track of where you're at. All right. And just some general tips to help you in this regard. You want to meet regularly. All right. Provide updates. Like I said before, set deadlines in terms of deadlines. So you set the action item when you need to submit something and the deadline for that. Even schedule meetings. All right. And try to stick to that schedule of meetings. For me, at one point in time, it was every 2 or 3 weeks or once a month. Then it went to every 2 months, and it went to every 3 months. And then, it would vary at different times in your course of study. All right. Respect each other's times. Ask questions. If you doubt something, ask questions. Provide updates so you can get feedback. And of course, you build and keep the momentum. So don't let things kind of settle too much. And that's why you have to keep meeting regularly, keep having the action items and so on. And of course, be resilient, right? The PhD or the graduate studies, they're not supposed to be a walk in the park. It's, it's really for the person that can endure to the end, all right? And having that support system, even if it's not, whether it's with your family or from the supervisor, sometimes you might get stress from the supervisor, but it doesn't mean that you can give up. One of the things, and I'll just say as I wrap up, one of the things that coming down to the end of my doctoral research, I became very frustrated because I was getting a lot of challenges, namely from my supervisor at the time. because I wanted to finish at a particular time, because let's face it, the longer you're in the system, it's more money, so you have to pay and all these other things, more stress, more, you know, everything. And it was really like, I just needed to get it over and done with. And I'm sure some students could relate to that, right? Where you just get to that point where I can't take this anymore. I need to get this over and done with and move on in life. But then the supervisor was like, you know, no, well, you know, you could apply to stay for another year and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, and she wasn't very, the feedback, it wasn't very like, the urgency was starting to dissipate. And for me, I wanted to finish it sooner than later. And so one of the things, instead of me just giving up and losing, you know, I had to really grab the bull by the horns and become more assertive and really take charge of the process. And so I was able to finish ahead of time, you know, in that particular program. So what I'm saying that to really convey that it helps build character, right? At the end of your graduate study experience, it's not just a certificate you get for academic, the academic achievement, but it's the character, the person you become at the end of the program, whether it's more knowledgeable, whether it's someone who's more resilient, whether it's someone who is more, more empathetic. So all of these things kind of play a role. And of course, you need to have that passion, that enthusiasm about what you're doing. I always believe that when, this is just a personal thing of mine, when you're passionate about what you're doing, it doesn't become as stressful when you're doing it. And you would find that even with your job. If your job aligns with what you like to do, your passion, then it's, and I think someone said that you never have to work a day in your life. I wouldn't say so much that you never have to work a day in your life, but you enjoy it, even when it becomes stressful and you're able to work through the difficult times. Yeah, so it's not just passion. You would love to have a PhD, okay, or an MSc, but on MPhil, but it takes hard work, it takes sacrifice. All right, so I know we went over our time and I actually have another meeting to go to in just a bit, but any other questions, guys?
Thank you very much, Dr. Zephyrin. It was informative, it was engaging, and we really enjoyed the personal stories. I think if it is one of the main takeaways I got from this morning's session, it was really about, it's a two-way street.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
And two-way street on communication, a two-way street on the work, a two-way street on the motivation. Actually, that was a whole new point for me, a two-way street on motivation. I never saw it that way. So thank you for that. So maybe I can start the ball rolling with a question of my own. I manage one of the master's programs at UE, and I'm always telling my students to communicate with their supervisors. Even when life happens and you're not doing the research work, communicate. And often that communication does not occur. And if you have the proactive supervisor who goes after the student and says, "Dear John, what's happening?" and the student doesn't respond, "Dear John, what's happening?" And then all breaks down. What do you think could happen in that space when it is that that communication really breaks down on both sides? What do you think we can put in place for that?
I think to be proactive and to be preemptive. I think prior to that, if in order to prevent communication from breaking down, you would need to meet regularly. Yeah, I think that's one of the things that should be set from the very beginning. Have set a schedule when we should meet, so at least we have that opportunity to communicate, right? And then when we actually meet, we communicate, we do just that. We're not just kind of glossing over certain things and acting like if certain things didn't happen, but we address certain issues. Like I said, when I had that issue with one of my supervisors at the time, we sat there for hours at that particular time and addressed certain things, because there was, prior to that, a breakdown in the relationship, let's call it that, right? So that's one of the first things. So to be preemptive, about it. So you know you're meeting, let's say I would recommend at least once a month, because that way you're able to give a progress report. You're able to flesh out any misunderstandings or confusions and so on that may happen as well. That's one thing. Even I'm not sure, I'm not going to put supervisors on the spot, but one of the things that helped me with my doctoral supervisor was having that sort of informal level of communication. You know, so it wasn't just about a formal thing like, okay, Dr. So-and-so and Dr. So. Yes, I had that respect, but at the same time, we could WhatsApp each other. We could, you know, so even if we didn't meet in about 2-3 weeks, we could kind of stay connected. And if I have a certain concern or an issue and vice versa, we can address it. We keep that communication open. So that would be my advice with regard to that. Now, if that is not done, then I think you would still have to have a meeting to put it in place. Let's say the relationship has already begun and it wasn't really done before. So for example, many of you might already be in a supervisor-supervisee relationship. I think now is a good time, you know, no time as good as now, to put that in place, right? Where you can schedule meetings in advance. So we know we have to meet every month. What day is good for you? What time is good for you? If it's a Monday afternoon, for some reason Monday afternoons at that time were, I didn't like it, but it worked because it would give me at the start of the week to, you know, set out certain objectives, and then I could work on, I could chart the way forward. So yes, so definitely put things in place to ensure that communication is open and that it's regular.
Okay, thank you for that. At the master's level, we don't use a progress report per se. I know it's used at the MPhil and the PhD level. Would you recommend putting that in place at the master's level, and how frequently, if so, how frequently do you think it should be used?
Yes, I think well, one of the master's programs I was in, we actually, I'm not sure if it's the master's or the doctoral level, but we had a progress report, and it was usually every 3 months, I think, which really would equate to once a semester. So I think that should be implemented. So let's say by the end of the semester, for example, and I think graduate studies has a form that I'm not sure if it's graduate studies or that particular department, but they had a form. It wasn't any long discourse, but it was just a form to fill out, okay, and a little section in that form where the supervisor would state what the progress was, and then the student would read it, review it, make any comments, and then sign. So both would sign. And that way you can keep track of the student's progress throughout the program.
Yeah, I know Office of Graduate Studies does have a form, and
yeah,
that is not a very difficult form, so you're quite right.
Right.
Participants, please do feel free, raise your hand to use your mic or put your question into the chat. My next question is broader than Dr. Zephyrin. As a PhD student, I've attended a lot of seminars just to prep my own self. And what I have noted is that there's so many comments and queries and suggestions that the student is bombarded with. It can also almost get confusing. And my question is this. Is some of that meant for the student to defend what it is they're doing? Is that really for the student to take away and decide, does this really have pertinence to my study? So like Dr. Zephyrin, in your story, you were mentioning that you wanted to pursue something and you were told no, and then you subsequently found out it was something of importance. So is some of that really just to get the students sure about their work, is my question.
That's a good question. That's a very good question, because I really feel that supervisors, some supervisors, they do things with certain intentions. You know, sometimes, you know, I felt at one point in time, my supervisor in my doctoral research was, she made things difficult intentionally at some points in time. But now looking back, I'm able to value those things. At the time, it was frustrating to me. But if she didn't do that, then I wouldn't have learned the things I learned, yeah, outside of curriculum things and academic things. I also think that it helps you to, as you said, to build confidence, to be able to believe in something to the point where you could defend it, because that's what, let's say at the doctoral level, you have to do, defend. So that is something, I definitely agree with that, that it helps you build character, it helps you build, become that professional academic, because in that career, because if you're doing a doctorate, you're probably going down that road. You would need to defend or to evaluate or to critically think about certain things that you believe in.
Yeah, thank you. Anybody else want to weigh in on that question? Okay. So this is an amazing opportunity to have Dr. Zephyrin here, and not seeing any questions. Maybe what I should ask, maybe ask something different. Let me put the participants on the spot. Based on today's presentation, what are you going to do differently in your role? Andrea is saying, I joined late, so I'm not sure if I missed it. How does one choose a supervisor? How does one choose a supervisor? Dr. Zephyrin, would you like to take that one? Could
Sure.
I invite somebody else, one of our supervisors, to answer that question?
I can answer and then somebody could chime in after. One of the things, usually I think in this institution, and most other institutions, a supervisor is usually given to you based on your research, because I think in the application you have to submit sort of a topic or proposal of some sort, right? And then from that, they can see what supervisor they can assign to you. Normally that supervisor will specialize in a similar or the same or related field. So normally a supervisor is assigned to you, and sometimes you can ask that you want to work with a particular person because you know that they are in that field. So I did that also for one of my graduate degrees, and you can also have two supervisors on one project. So I had that for multiple throughout my my graduate studies.
Yeah, that's essentially the process. It is based on your research topic. So you want someone who has a bit of expertise in the area, and it is assigned for you either by the program coordinator or the Office of Graduate Studies, depending on the level of your degree. You can ask for a particular person, but of note is that there are certain criteria that a supervisor must have, and if the person does not fit that bill, we cannot appoint them as a supervisor. All right.
Exactly.
Yeah. So so let me just ask one last question, because I see you have your recap slide up. How is this going to change how you approach your role? I would love to hear from the graduates and the supervisors alike. One thing that they're going to carry forward from today's session.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
One thing that I would say would change for me or would like to share with others, as a student, you must be objective in terms of when you are assigned a supervisor. I remember from my experience, when I was assigned a supervisor, I got scared because the supervisor was named Dr. Evil. So that in a sense had thrown me in a particular light. Well, if this person is Dr. Evil, I ain't gonna make it here. But so I went in with a particular mindset. And I must say today that that is an excellent supervisor. He drives you, he pushes you to the limit, you know, and you get to understand that he's not trying to put you in the spot, but he's trying to shine that diamond that you are, to bring out the shine. So I would just like for students, please be objective, because sometimes you look at a supervisor and make a estimation that this person would not be good, and that's not the case. Thank you very much.
Sergeant Nicholson, thank you very much for that, for that input. I want to endorse that, because I remember I had once assigned a supervisor to a student, and they came back to me and they're like, Miss McDonald, that person no good, you know. I don't think this person could supervise me. And I said to the person, how much interaction have you had? How often have you met with this person? And it was like off of one meeting. I said, please give the person a chance. Just go back and get the relationship rolling. And after it's rolling, come back and give me some feedback. And then after that, she came back to me after she gave it a second chance. And she was very much, you know, that person really good. So I have to endorse what you say about being objective. So let's just move right back into the recap, Dr. Zephyrin.
Sure, no problem. Of course, well, it was just to recap some of the objectives, basically. It wasn't anything detailed. We looked at the roles of the student and supervisor. We looked at the responsibilities. So remember, the role would be the student is the primary researcher, a communicator, a coordinator, and then the supervisor is also a coordinator, communicator, as well as an advisor, a guide on the side, student is the sage on the stage, and the responsibilities attached to that, of course, would be for the student to actually do the research, right? To document things, to communicate. And then the supervisor should be big on motivating the student, advising the student, revising or reviewing the student submissions and so on. And then, of course, we looked at some practices that would strengthen or threaten the supervisor-student relationship. All right. So as we wrap up, well, I just like to have this because it's something that I find is very applicable, that really it's a relationship. So it's a collaborative relationship. Communication is key, as we see here, and keywords I just wanted to include here. It's okay to have unconventional ways of communicating in terms of, it doesn't always have to be an in-office situation or a virtual conference. Sometimes it could be a WhatsApp video call, right? It doesn't have to be a formal way of communication. So keep that in mind. And of course, think practical, you know, practical in terms of the outline of the research, the project, and everything of that nature. All right. So thank you so much for having me, guys. And it was really a pleasure being here. All right.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zephyrin.
You're most welcome.
And I know you have that next meeting to get through, so really thank you. It was very informative. And as I say, I really do think the biggest takeaway is this two-way street that we're talking about. Mm-hmm. And just to add to that, Rhonda is saying my takeaway is to remain enthusiastic, yes, about my research.
Yes, that is important.
Yeah, and my technology is giving trouble. It just moved when it shouldn't have.
I'm just seeing the chat. You're most welcome, guys. And we'll definitely keep in touch. All right. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks again, Dr. Zephyrin. Can I cue in Dr. Jordan Miller? I think she has a very exciting information about a prize, I think.
Yes, Lisa, we are almost at the end of our giveaway, but we still have a couple to do today, if I'm not mistaken. So we are giving away one gift card again this morning. It's a $50 Starbucks gift card. Any Starbucks drinkers, customers here? I don't know. My daughters love Starbucks. I am not a huge fan, but they do. They enjoy it. So and anybody who wants to win a $50 gift card by show of hands, or should we just bypass it? No, we're not coffee drinkers, tea drinkers. Yeah.
Damien says he loves Starbucks.
I don't know. So just for Damien, we're going to do the giveaway. Now, as you know, if you've been following us this week, and if you were here from the start of the session, it is a very simple question. So I'm going to exclude, of course, the head of the department who shared this morning. So Charlene, sorry, you are not able to answer. Yeah, everybody else can answer, I think, apart from Charlene, because what I'm going to ask would have come from her inspirational sharing this morning. So here it goes. Where did I put that question? Right, so fit as fingers. You must put your answer in the chat. It must be sent to everyone. The first one that pops up on my screen is the person I'm going to call. It may be like a millisecond, but the first one I see. So Dr. Roach gave so much, good advice this morning, but she mentioned something that Professor Denhart would have said to her. What was that piece of advice that Professor Denhart gave her that she still uses even today? No, Satya, not that one. And Dr. Roach, you can keep an eye out for the answer. She said it early on. It was one of the early ideas, like the very first one. Well, high up in her discussion.
Oh my gosh.
She uses it even today. Ah, there we go, Lisa. Lisa has it. Ideas make a difference. You remember that? She said, Professor Denhart said, ideas make a difference. And she got her journal and she started to write her ideas down. And I took that. That was one of my takeaways this morning, that ideas make a difference. And really, sometimes we have so many ideas. Some we rule out prematurely because we think, oh, that's too big, that's too grand. I don't have the money for that. I don't have the skill. I don't know enough people for that. But I really like that idea of having an ideas journal because ideas do make a difference. So that was one of my main takeaways, to start writing those ideas down because they do leave you. Sometimes I have an idea like 2 o'clock in the morning, and by the time I get up, I can't quite remember it, and I'm really upset that I did not, make a note of it. And that was actually an advice that my PhD supervisor would have given me as a student. He said, listen, you're going to get ideas on how to connect your research. So always have a notepad somewhere close by. So even if you do get up at 2 o'clock and you have this brilliant idea, you just jot it down because you may not remember it once you get up again later on in the day. So ideas makes a difference. Evernote helps, yes, for those who are technology minded and you want to do your notes and you have your gadgets and gadgets that can help you do that, fine. I am a good old diary and pen and paper person most times, but I also do use my phone and my Samsung Notes if I'm on the go. Very good. So Lisa, so Nisha. Well, Nisha, I don't have to tell you to take Lisa's details. We know where to find Lisa, right? So congratulations, Lisa, on winning that gift card. Well done.
Thank you.
Well done. I believe we are now going into the session with the FSS postgraduate rep. Is Candace on with us? Today is Fun Friday, Fantastic Friday. I don't know what you have planned exactly.
Hi, good morning. Candace wouldn't be able to join us this morning, so I'll be leading the session on her behalf.
Right. Okay, Matthew, so we're gonna hand over to you. So we have that session that takes us straight to lunch at 12:15. And then I want to make a special invite again for you all to come back at, let me get my schedule up again, to come back at 1 o'clock. At 1 p.m. we have a panel discussion with the students and recent graduates, a day in the life of an FSS PG student or graduate, and they're going to be sharing their success stories, career advice, how do they balance work and life and studies and all that good stuff. So it will be very interactive. There's a lot of room to ask questions and to really hear about their journey and learn from it, right? And then we also have our final session at 2:30. It is Secrets of Professors. If there's anyone here who's interested in that academic journey to professorship, we have 3 professors lined up to share their stories, and they will be interviewed and chatting with our dean Dr. Kola Cameron. So those are the two exciting panel discussions after lunch. So please come back and invite someone to come along with you, right? So I'm handing over now to Matthew.
Hi, everyone. Pleasant good morning again. So what we have in store is actually just a short game. We're gonna be using the Kahoot system. So I'm gonna be sharing my screen for you now. And what we're gonna be doing is it's a small trivia game, and it's actually based on some of the information we want you to know about the campus and some of the resources that it has. It's very light and no pressure. There will be prizes for this. So the system itself actually pulls out first place, second place, and third place. So our first three, which will be first, second, and third, will actually also be able to get a $50 Starbucks gift card. I took the cue off of the Starbucks gift cards being so popular in the other sessions. So we'll have 3 of those available, 1 for each winner. So I'm just gonna put my screen up for you guys now. Everybody can feel free to participate. I see there's about 22 of us in the room currently. Let me just get my share screen on. Okay, great. So I have my share screen up now. Y'all could let me know when you see it. So all you have to do is go to the Kahoot website and type in this game code and you'll be able to participate. So the session is open, so I'll give like about 5-10 minutes for everybody to just hop in. So take off that. By the way, is everyone seeing the screen? I don't know if y'all could just prompt me in the chat. That is up. Put this in the chat. I do see it's 19 of us as well. So I'm gonna also invite the lecturers and academic staff here as well. If you'd like to participate, everyone can feel free to participate. Okay, so I'm just gonna put a quick ask if this is everybody that will be playing before we start, and make sure no one else is having issues getting on or anything like that. Okay, so I am going to take silence as a yes. All right, so well, we will be starting the game then. So I'm just gonna lock the session. Actually, I'll leave it open still. Okay, so we're gonna start the question segment. So these questions would have been put together by Candice and myself, mostly student oriented. So I'm sure the lecturers might probably be able to breeze through a lot of these. Okay, so you see, of course, the first answer is yes, this is true. We are the postgraduate arm of the UWI Guild of Students, and STAP stands for the St. Augustine Association of Postgraduate Students. Let's go to the next one. Okay, so Mike came in first and Chloe came in second. Nice. So we're gonna jump ahead. And by the way, if you're joining late, it's very possible to join in late and still actually come to the front of the pack. Okay. Okay. Well, let me see if I can just get this up. Okay, I'm not seeing the results coming up. So I can't pull up the results, but for those of you who chose the Office of Graduate Studies, that is the correct answer, of course. So you can actually reach out to them for any of the support that you need, specifically Mr. Neil Fanovich, who is our Secretary for Campus Ethics and Research on the campus. Okay, so I see Andrea hopped up to second. All right, and Mike is strongly leading so far. So who is your Deputy Dean of Graduate Studies and Research for your faculty? Now, I hope this one is a giveaway. Right. So good, so no problems there. So the questions will probably start to get a bit harder now. These three were just to kind of get everyone started. I think we have about one or two easy ones again before. But where can I go to get my thesis referencing checked on campus?
Matthew, I can't seem to be able to participate.
Sure. Hold on one sec. Let me see if I can help you out. May I ask whom was speaking?
Camille.
Camille?
Camille.
Hi, Camille. So what you do is log on to the Kahoot website. Let me pull it up for you and send you the link.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So play Kahoot. And I'll put it in the chat for you. And then what you do is enter this code from the chat as well.
Great.
Yes. And you'd be able to hop in and participate. Okay. Come back to here. Right. Okay. Let me know when you're inside. So I'll wait on you to start the next question.
Yes, I'm inside.
Okay, great. All right, so we're going on to the next one, guys. All right, so next question. This is a multiple choice answer, by the way, so you can select multiple answers for this one. Great. Great, that is good, right? So we do have the Alma Jordan Library, and we also have the Norman Girvan Library. That is the library that's located at the IIR Institute. Oh, and by the way, I missed a prompt from the last question, but I wanted to tell you, remember your faculty has a librarian. So you can reach out to your librarian, preferably earlier rather than later. Don't try to reach out the day before. And you can probably book an appointment and they'll be able to assist you through analyzing some of your referencing to ensure that you were able to do it properly. That doesn't mean, by the way, they always remind me to prompt. That doesn't mean to come to them to actually do your reference list for you. Make sure to attempt it properly and they're able to assist you in checking it over. So on to the next question. I can request to borrow books from other campuses. Is this true or false?
This one is kind of tricky.
So yes, it is actually possible for you to request to borrow books from other campuses. If it is you are looking for a particular book that isn't available here at our library, but is available at another campus's library, it is possible for the library to resource this book and obtain it for you. So you can always investigate with them further by inquiring with one of the librarians through the library email. So the next one. Wow, Mike is really strong at the top of the pack. All right. So who is the FSS staff's postgraduate rep? For those of you who selected Candace Hughes Bengochea, that is correct. Also, too, I see some would have selected my name. So I am actually the president of the Staffs Association. Warren Anderson is actually our guild president. And Kira Alexander is actually the FSS guild rep. And what we actually have this year is an unusual occurrence that Kira is actually a postgraduate student as well. So you actually have a postgraduate rep from the guild this year, though an undergraduate rep actually also is very conscious of postgraduate issues in the faculty. So you can also feel free to reach out to her for assistance as well as a faculty rep.
Like I can't see no kind of thing right here, no. Okay, where's the next question?
A true or false question. There are 3 departments in the FSS faculty. Y'all can also feel free to turn on your mics, by the way, and stuff, if you'd like. So that is true. The answer is false. So according to the faculty website, I'm using the faculty website for this, just in case I got into any problems. There are 4 departments in the faculty: behavioral sciences, management studies, economics, and political sciences. So how many institutes exist in the FSS faculty? If some of you are really quick with your fingers, I think you might be able to Google this quickly, some of these questions. Not giving you any ideas, but leveling out the playing field rather. So correct, there are 3 institutes in the FSS faculty. That would be the Institute of International Relations, the Silices, and there is one more that has slipped my mind currently. And I will be able to get that back for you. All right, so next question, who can I reach out to for student support services? I see some people selected one, some chose two, some chose three, and I realized no one chose all four, but all four of these departments actually you can reach out to for assistance. And so the third one that I would have forgotten to mention is the IGDS, which is the Institute of Gender Development Studies. Right. So what is the acronym for the postgraduate arm of the Guild? Correct. For those of you who chose STAPS, that is correct. It starts with 2 A's, 1 P. St. Augustine Association of Postgraduate Students. Okay, I see Mike is still strongly in the lead, followed by Chloe and Andrea. So this is another true or false question. Wow, everyone answered that pretty quickly, but yes, there are counseling services available, and I'm not sure if you remember how to access it. So I'll probably just put the link in the chat for you again. So let me just throw that into our chat here quickly. I'm not sure if you can see the website in my background as well. But yes, so that is the CAP services, and you can reach out to them for assistance for any psychological counseling or any type of counseling, even if it is just to speak to someone, it is available there for you. So I encourage you to use it if it is you feel like you would like to. And it is anonymous. Who can I reach out to for information on financial assistance or scholarships? All right. So correct. For all of you that would have chosen all three, the Office of Graduate Studies, the Division of Student Services and Development, and STAPS. So all of us have different types of financial assistance and scholarships available. The DSSD might be able to assist you with more so emergency type funding for personal emergencies. The Office of Graduate Studies specifically specializes in assistance for research students. So definitely if you're a research student, definitely get in contact with them if it is you'd like to see different options or assistance you might be eligible for. And then for us at STAPS, we also too have a couple financial assistance programs that we utilize. And so our programs usually have been focused towards regional students. But at the end of this semester, we'd also to be increasing some of the funds we have to include now assistance for publishing. We have assistance for funding. We also will be giving out some scholarships to cover partial amounts of student programs as well from the end of this semester. So more so looking towards the next semester, they would be coming into effect. So you'll probably see some applications out. So if you're interested, you can get in contact with us, or you can also just look around on our social media to see some of the advertisements that will come out within time. So we have another true or false. Well, if you could, I think you all may have probably gotten this answer. I think I may have given this one to you. Yes, so your faculty does have a website, so FSS UESTA in Google, and it's the first link that actually comes up. And what I like actually is that your faculty has all of the information that you could possibly require, from staffing to programs to your faculty booklets. Everything is there available for you. So I actually definitely would implore to you guys to check that out as actually a first point of contact for any information you may be trying to look for. And I definitely would also just like to say a quick praise to the faculty for having a website like that. So on to the next question. Where can I go to enhance my writing skills on campus? And so a lot of us, this whole week has been about research and theses. So a lot of us too want to improve our writing and the writing that we put out into our research. So where can you go to improve this writing? Because we do have facilities on campus for this. Correct, the Writing Learning Center. And all you have to do is simply reach out to them, and you can schedule an appointment, and you'll be able to actually interact with a writing coach. And with samples of your writing, they'll be able to guide you on how better to structure your writing for academic research and just for personal life on a whole. If it is you'd also like to learn for speaking as well, I believe CLL in conjunction with the writing coaches also conduct some sessions. I'm not sure how that has been going with COVID though, because I believe that used to be a more physical arrangement. Okay. So we're giving in again another question. Who is the Director for Graduate Studies and Research on our campus? Correct. So it is Professor Hariharan Sitaraman. Professor Indar Ramnarayan is actually our deputy principal, and Professor Brian Copeland is actually our principal. Also, to Professor Stefan Gift is actually the PVC for the University for Graduate Studies and Research. So what we have is actually, he's actually based here as well at the University of the West Indies, and the PVC is actually somebody you can reach out to if it is you have postgraduate matters that you believe need to go further than the Office of Graduate Studies here on our campus. You can reach out to Professor Gift, as well as for a bunch of other stuff. He's also very involved in the entrepreneurship arrangements currently ongoing on the campus. So if it is you're into entrepreneurship as well, definitely I would tell you to get in touch with him. So who is the Senior Assistant Registrar for Graduate Studies and Research? Correct, so it is Mrs. Deborah Charles Smythe. So any administrative issues concerning registration especially, you can reach out to Mrs. Charles Smythe, and she's always willing to assist. So definitely, again, I would tell you, if it is you're having issues, you should definitely reach out to. So who can I reach out to at the Office of Graduate Studies and Research concerning research funding? So we would have touched on research funding just a little earlier. So now who can you reach out to? Yes, she is actually very responsive and very pleasant, definitely. Yes, so correct answer for this one is Mrs. Sarah Kalu. Again, she's very friendly and very responsive. And so again, I would tell you, definitely reach out to her if it is you're interested in finding out more about research funding or ways you can fund yourself during your PhD program or your research programs, as well as to, if it is you're interested in international conferences or workshops. I know that may not be a thing now because of COVID, but definitely you can also reach out to her, as they do offer assistance for conferences and workshops as well. So I can reach out to Matthew Seeley for any form of complaint or assistance. Well, I really hope this one is an easy one. So yes, of course, you can reach out to me. Also I can share my mobile information if you'd like. I know a lot of students already have it, so it's not really a problem with me. And I found that students have been very friendly to at least accommodate to not call me at 1 in the morning. So definitely, I don't mind sharing my number as well. And if it is you have any emergency issues, you can definitely reach out to me via phone, and you can call me, give me a call, shoot me a WhatsApp message, and I'm always available and always willing to see how I can help out. Of course, too, you can email me, and I believe you guys have my email, but let me just throw it in the chat just in case. Just in case anyone doesn't have it. As well as too, let me just put Candace's own as well, just in case you want to reach out to us. But so you can definitely reach out to me at any time, and I don't have a problem at all. You know, once it's not 1 o'clock in the morning, I'm definitely okay with that. But I would probably answer you at 1 o'clock in the morning, just being honest. COVID has had my sleeping patterns all over. So how many counselors make up the UE Guild? This is an important one, and I hope everyone gets this one right. Might be a bit challenging for the staff maybe, but I hope all the students actually get this one right. See, answers taking a bit long to come in. Yes, this might have been one of the harder questions then. So for who would have said 26, 26 is correct. So we have 26 counselors made up of academic reps, public relations officers, publications committee officers as well. So we have 26 counselors. We have a guild librarian as well. So we have positions for almost any sphere of an organization that you think might exist. We do have a counselor that operates in that area, and you can find all of our emails on the guild website or through our guild social media at One Guild STA. And I'd encourage everybody to get involved, especially if it is here around for a long time. I know a lot of us might prefer to get involved in the postgraduate association specifically, rather than just in the guild, within the guild, but definitely what we have to offer as postgraduate students to the guild is a bit of maturity in how we engage, as well as how we institute programs or different types of mechanisms or processes in the guild of students. And it's so important to have that postgraduate influence as well in there, because also too, we have a lot of undergraduate students that they're interested in being mentored, and sometimes too, just students as well, you know, in postgraduate space can act as mentors for these undergraduate students. And all of that, you know, helps to us that at the end of the day, all of this is how we build our society. You know, through volunteerism and stuff like that is how we build our society at the end of the day, because all of us end up going back into the same society, which is Trinidad and Tobago society, you know, or the Caribbean society, even I should say, and the regional society. So definitely, I'll just stress to everybody, get involved if you can, if you'd like to volunteer. There are many different types of things you can do, clubs, anything like that. You can definitely volunteer some time and get involved. And it is postgraduate friendly, actually. So the Center for Language Learning offers language courses to students at a specialized rate. So yes, of course, everyone knows, so that's good. I hope everyone who can make use of it actually has been. So what it is the CLL does is actually, once you pay the registration fee, which I believe is like about between $60 to $90, you can actually register for a language course. So if it is you have time or semester and you think you can manage it, definitely, you know, you can take benefit of the opportunity to learn a new language. Correct, Camille, exactly that. I myself actually tried to use it and started using it for a semester as well. And it really is helpful, and it really is good. And definitely I plan to continue with it as well. So I definitely tell all students to get involved with that. So this one would have actually come off of Dr. Zephrin's presentation. I see he would have mentioned a couple of things, so I wanted to speak to them. So communication, collaboration, and initiative, I see, was some of the key stuff that he mentioned. And I put good idea there. I guess that's probably subjective, but you don't need the best idea in the world, I think, or rather, you have to know everything about your idea to have a good student supervisor relationship. It's all about how you engage with one another. you know, and a good idea can come and be developed after that, you know. So the relationship is key, and it's through good collaboration, initiative, and communication that you can really forge a good student-supervisor relationship. So CASP is the acronym for the counseling service available on campus. So for the person that said false, you are actually correct. So it's actually CAPS, C-A-P-S. This is just one of the kind of trick questions we put in to start to I guess, challenge everyone a little bit. I see Angel got that one too. All right. I can still borrow books during the COVID-19 restrictions. Right, so good. Everyone is aware of that. That's good, because I was hoping that everyone would be. So you can all obviously just check out the library website, and it will have all the information on how to go about borrowing books. Where can I obtain forms for administrative processes as a student? Correct, the Office of Graduate Studies. Specifically, if you go to their website, let me pull it up. Their new website. If you go to their new website and you actually go into the documents library, you'll have all of the forms that you can possibly need in UE would be available here for you as a graduate student. So everything is saved right here, inclusive of faculty booklets as well, and instructions as well for online payments and whatnot. So we have one more question. So I see it's pretty close between Mike and Andrea still. I see Chloe is in for third so far. So let's see what goes on. Last question. There are 7 faculties in the UE STA campus. All right, the correct answer was false. There are actually now 8 faculties on our campus with the recent addition of the Faculty of Sport. So there are now 8 faculties here on the STA campus. So that would be the end of the game. And so in third place, we have Chloe. Second place, we have Andrea. And in first place, we have Mike. So congratulations, everyone. And thank you for participating. So what I would ask is if everyone can share their information to me. Probably you can reach out to me via email and share your information with me. I'd be able to liaise with you on how to collect the award. And so we'd most likely do it that you can collect it at our guild office on campus. And so we'd make arrangements for you to be able to come on campus to collect it. So congratulations again to everyone. I hope you all had fun, and I hope the information was beneficial as well. So that would wrap up most of what we had planned for the fun session. What we actually wanted to do is that before we ended the fun session, what we actually wanted to do was just have a quick chat with some of the students as well as the staff actually, because we have 1 or 2 stuff coming up still in the academic year as the semester closes off that we wanted to pull off. And what we wanted to know is one of them is actually a workshop week, basically, that we're going to be trying to do workshops on different types of programs, as well as 2 different types of, I guess, certificates that students may want. And so we're doing some that may be personal, professional, like first aid, And also too, we're trying to do some that are like Microsoft Outlook oriented, so the entire Office suite type stuff. But what we wanted to know is that I know some students have been saying they would be interested in workshops on public speaking or presenting information and presenting research and that sort of stuff. What types of workshops would you all be interested in? Just wanted to ask because we keep asking all the students we engage with to try and get a feel of what it is most that students want. And we're trying to narrow it down as best as possible. So probably to the room, to all the students here, you know, what would you guys like to see, you know, as a workshop for you? And then to the lecturers, what types of workshops do you think that would benefit students the most? Or what types of workshops do you think that students need the most actually? So I see writing. I see Jamila has her mic on. So I don't know if Jamila would like to contribute as well. Okay, so I see writing, and so the staff as well, you can definitely get involved in this one. So what gaps do you see that we can probably try to address through workshops for students? You know, any use of, I guess, researching or statistical software too. I know some students in FSS asked about SPSS. So are there any others that you all would like to see for your faculty specifically? Any types of research programs or workshop on one? Okay, so I see SPSS. Okay, so definitely SPSS presentation skills. All right, so are there any others that you all are thinking of? It could literally be anything. It's open to almost anything. You know, it can be professional and it could be personal professional too. It doesn't necessarily have to be just academic. Because what we also want to do is try to address other issues or other, I guess, stages in our career development. So I know there's some professional types of certification that students would want. You know, so if you all have any suggestions too, it doesn't have to be a right now thing, but you can think about it too, and you can probably just shoot me an email and tell me, you know, what it is you're thinking you'd like to see, because we have our whole period after the semester closes that we can really engage the majority of our students with these workshops and make the most of it. So with that being said, I'd probably start to wrap up the session a little bit now. You know, if it is there's anything else any students wanted to raise, you can feel free to raise as well before we wrap up. But I'll probably start to now hand back over to Dr. Miller, Dr. Jordan Miller.
Thank you so much, Matthew. I really liked how you used that game to share the information. Very good. I took a note of that, what you call it, a program or so that I
Yes.
could use some of that. And it was good. I enjoyed it. So thank you so much. And I'm sure that the winners would be very happy with their gift card. Very happy, right? So great. So thanks again. Thanks, Candace. I think I saw Candace popped in a minute ago there.
I saw her just a minute ago. She probably had to leave again, but I would also just say thank you for inviting us to participate with you this week. We really appreciated the invitation and we enjoyed the sessions with you.
Very good. You are so welcome. So we break for lunch now. So we have a full hour for lunch. I'm asking again if you could resume. We're resuming at 1 p.m. And we have a panel discussion, a day in the life of an FSS student and graduate. So we actually have 2 PhD students. So if you're interested in hearing that PhD journey and the challenges and what's involved, join us. We also have one graduate student, and she is joining us from, I believe, the US, right? So it should be a really good panel discussion. Come share your story too. We have an hour and a half to chat, ask them questions, hear what they have to say, right? And then our final panel discussion is at 2:30 when we are chatting with our professors, right? So come and hear what they have to say. So have a great lunch and see you right back here at 1 p.m. p.m. Right? Share the link, invite someone. Thank you. Thanks, Nisha. Thanks, Lisa. Bye.
Bye. Thank you all.
Okay.
Dr. Roach, I would have sent you a message.
Yes, I got it. I just made an adjustment because I had a format.
Oh,
That's
okay.
So I just made the adjustment.
All right, and Tanisha is finishing up class at 1, so she will be joining us shortly. All right, but we
Okay,
can
great.
definitely start.
Okay, so let's go ahead and start.
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm really excited. As I said earlier, those of you who were on the call earlier, I said that I love stories, and we have the pleasure of having 3 very distinguished guests, and they are all part of our family of UWI, and we really are happy to have them on this platform. So our theme this afternoon is success stories and career advice. I know that we have Rebecca Gokul, who is a PhD candidate in the Department of Economics. Rebecca is finishing up final touches to prepare for her oral defense. I remember many moons ago when I was preparing, so I can imagine, you know, how you're feeling at this time. So we're gonna let Rebecca go first. We also have Lizanne Ache, who will be second, and I'll say a little bit more about Lizanne when she gets, before she starts. And then we have Tanisha Brown, who's a PhD candidate from Salises. Okay, so let me allow Rebecca, and I'm asking everyone if they can please mute their mics when someone is on the floor. So Rebecca, you go right ahead. I know that you're at work and your time is very tight. So go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. You hearing me clearly?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes. Yes, we are.
Yeah, we're hearing you, but it got a little distorted just now. Oh, like we lost audio. Rebecca?
Okay, great. Learnings and success stories. Hello?
Yes, Rebecca, go ahead. We're hearing you now.
Okay. Okay, awesome. Okay, great. So this afternoon, I want to talk a little bit about my experience at the Department of Economics. I can only say that it has been a character building one. I am not going to be dishonest to students and indicate to them that the postgraduate processing is not challenging. The postgraduate processing is not taxing. It does not require sacrifice. I'm not going to say anything like that because it's quite the opposite. Any level of study past your undergrad is going to require extensive commitment, extensive focus, extensive targeted investments. I recall when I was just starting, I saw this little meme of a very pale mommy coming out of a, it's only now that I'm at, perhaps that is the experience when you are doing postgraduate work. You really have to commit, you really have to apply yourself, you really have to focus on what you are doing. At the Department of Economics, I have had the very fortunate opportunity of engaging with the best economists in Trinidad and Tobago. In terms of applied work, in terms of econometric work, in terms of their own passion for students and for really just giving back to the country of Trinidad and Tobago. I've had to learn how to engage in academic meaningful way. I want to also therefore encourage students to take the approach that enables you to be the best professional that you can be, because, and I always say this, the minute you finish your PhD, your area of study becomes irrelevant in the world. We live in a space where information is so it changes all the time. And that being said, a PhD and an academic program and an academic qualification such as a PhD or any postgraduate qualification gives you really good skills and gives you the skills to serve the people around you and to serve your country and to serve your walking away from the Department of Economics. I fully endorse their supervision methodology, their teaching methodology, the opportunities they offer the students to be with lower levels within the department mode by which you will learn. And I just want there is strong alumni available to support academic learning, but also mentorship, very important. Who is doing the exam? Yes, you may be the one who is doing the research, but there has been a lot of persons who've successfully walked the road ahead of you, and there will be persons who will be walking behind you. Engage with the ones who are on either side of you, and that is what is going to make the process meaningful. So thank you very much. Excuse me to reach out to me.
Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you so much, Rebecca. We really appreciated your frankness and I'm hearing your passion as well. Thank you for sharing so freely with us and students for listening in terms of how they can actually approach their journey, their PhD journey, and how it applies, preparing them for the real world, because you're definitely going to have challenges in your career. And we really appreciate your sharing. I know Rebecca has to leave, so Rebecca, it's fine. I know you're at work, and we want to thank you for taking that time off just to share those really very pointed tips with our postgrad students. So I'm going to have now Lizanne Aching, and Lizanne is a former student of the Department of Political Science. She actually did her first degree in international relations, and then Lizanne went on to complete 2 other postgrad degrees at the Institute of International Relations. She completed the postgraduate diploma in IR as well as the MSc. Lizanne, you could correct me if I'm wrong. I think you have about almost a decade of experience in foreign affairs. She's worked at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and she has also worked at the UN. Lizanne completed a law degree while away, and she's now doing her master's in international law. So I'm going to allow Lizanne now to share a bit of her story and how she has become very successful and some career advice. Lizanne, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Roach, for that introduction, and good afternoon to everyone here today. It's a real pleasure to be here with you and to share with you a bit on my experience at UE and how that really helped me in the world of work and contributed to my success in my career. I would add to what Dr. Roach had said that my experience, it encompassed specifically at the United Nations. I negotiated on behalf of Trinidad and Tobago on several areas such as international law, human rights, social, humanitarian, and cultural issues, and I also led various processes on behalf of CARICOM and Trinidad and Tobago. I'm really honored to speak here today on my experience at UE, specifically the Faculty of Social Sciences, and how it prepared me for the world of work. When I began my undergraduate degree in government many years ago, I think I started UE probably almost about 10 years ago. I was very overwhelmed, yet I was excited. I haven't grown up in Toco, a very rural part of Toco. I was very sheltered and had not experienced much of the wider world. For me, San Grande was a big place. It was like a city. So you can just imagine how I felt when I came to UE, and it was just this whole new world to me. But it really presented me with a lot more opportunities, and I benefited not just academically, but also it helped me to develop socially and culturally. And I would say that this well-rounded experience, it played a crucial role in preparing me for the world of work and life as a whole. So I would focus my presentation to you today on 4 main areas. That would be the content of my degrees at UE and how that contributed to me in the world of work, the research and writing skills that I developed while at UE, the benefits that I obtained from experiential learning at UE, such as simulation exercises and exposure to public speaking, which wasn't very extensive at UE, but even that limited experience, it did contribute to my development in some way. And I've chosen these 4 areas as I really consider them probably 4, well, they're very 4 broad areas, but they really contributed significantly to my development. And I consider them foundational to my UE experience. So firstly, with respect to the content of my degrees, as Dr. Roach mentioned, my first degree was a Bachelor of Science in Government, and I minored in International Relations. And then I went on to pursue my postgraduate diploma in International Relations and my Master's of Science in Global Studies. At the undergraduate level, my degree in government, it really helped me to gain a better understanding of the history of politics, different systems of governance, history, political theories, and challenges in the local public sector, to name a few. And while at the time that I was studying for these courses, I didn't really foresee the long-term value of the information, I eventually came to appreciate this background in political science. The information proved particularly useful when I started working at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as I was able to utilize that very knowledge of local affairs and the political landscape to provide meaningful inputs on various issues affecting the country. So in that respect, I can say that my degree directly interacted with what I eventually ended up doing in life. It wasn't a path that I had planned out, but it was how things worked out, and I'm very grateful for that. My postgraduate studies at the Institute of International Relations further cemented my understanding of current affairs and helped me to gain new insights on issues of world politics, negotiations, multilateralism, diplomacy, regional integration, trade, among other topics. Moreover, the postgraduate program also opened up several opportunities for me to travel abroad on study trips to Washington, DC, Cuba, Panama, and Guyana. And these trips, I would say, were perhaps the highlight of my experience at the postgraduate level, because they really brought to life what I was studying. So while I'm not going to undervalue what I learned in the classroom and understanding theory and so on, I mean, that has its place. Actually going out in the field and visiting these places like the World Bank and the IMF actually gave you a real idea of what happens in practice, and it enriched my experience so much more. On these trips, I was able to really see the wider world, and being, you know, this young girl from Toko, it was a lot for me. I was able to gain exposure through visits to embassies, international organizations like the World Bank and the IMF, and experience new cultures. And I want to underline here how important it is to really develop a true appreciation of different cultures, to be able to understand different cultures and not be offended by differences. And I mean, I think just even though my trips abroad the duration was about a week, just being there and having that experience really contributed to my development, and it broadened my scope, it opened up my eyes, and undoubtedly it broadened the scope of my opportunities way beyond the shores of Trinidad and Tobago. The second thing that I'm going to speak about would be research and writing skills, which I consider extremely important to anyone, no matter what field you're working in. So my areas of research at UWI, and this is not an exhaustive list of areas that I would have researched, but it was what I could recall having done this research about 10 years ago. So I research areas such as CARICOM, regional integration, the European Union, the World Bank, IMF, and the United Nations, just to name a few. And fortunately for me, researching and gaining insights on these issues, they proved very useful to me in the course of my career at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and as a diplomat at the UN in New York, as the information was directly relevant to what I was doing at work. At both the undergraduate and graduate level, I had to conduct extensive research on different issues, which entailed gathering, analyzing, and synthesizing information, and then presenting my findings on a paper in the form of an essay. And these exercises really helped develop my research and writing skills, which were further honed as I progressed in my career. Oftentimes at the mission of Trinidad and Tobago to the United Nations, I had to produce country and issues briefs, speaking notes, statements, and recommendations on varying subjects to senior government officials, and sometimes in a very short space of time. So to this end, my research and writing skills proved very useful to me in helping me to perform these tasks with excellence. Thirdly, I will speak on experiential learning, namely simulation exercises that I participated in while I was at UWI, as it was a requirement at the postgraduate level to participate in simulation exercises of multilateral meetings involving different countries of the world. And this entailed representing a designated country and presenting a position paper on issues of interest to that country and arguing a position at a mock conference. And given that I was a bit shy at the time, the exercise took a lot from me. Nonetheless, in retrospect, I can see that it was quite beneficial and helped prepare me for my future career. Previously, I just got a glimpse of what I eventually had to actually do in real life. And the last thing I would speak about is public speaking. So it was a skill. Public speaking is something that I always shied away from. It was a skill that I never considered a strength of mine. In fact, I was terrified of speaking in public. I was a painfully shy person. I think it probably stemmed from the fact that I grew up in such a sheltered environment for most of my formative years and hadn't gained much exposure to the world, that going in front of an audience or even raising my hand in class to speak in front of my fellow students, it made me very nervous, and it wasn't something that I would voluntarily do. I more or less preferred to work in the background where less attention would be placed on me. As a student, you can just imagine that I never thought that one day I would have been charged with the responsibility of representing my country on the international, at the international level, or speaking in front of large audiences of ambassadors and ministers. And in this regard, I'm grateful for those class exercises, those presentations, particularly at the postgraduate level, which forced me to speak in front of my class, thereby beginning that process for me of coming out of my comfort zone. I consider my time at the Institute of International Relations a crucial juncture in my development to becoming more competent at public speaking. I can't say that at the end of my time at the Institute that I was this brave person who could just speak publicly, but the process had started whereby I was becoming less uncomfortable speaking in front of people. So I'm really grateful for that aspect of my experience. And just in closing, I want to underline that while my experience at UE, it was in no way perfect. Of course, there were challenges along the way, and many of which, you know, you had to work hard to overcome. There would have been things that I felt, you know, maybe could have been done differently. But that is not to say that I did not have a very good experience, a well-rounded experience that really set those, the foundation for me for a successful career later on in life, and contributed in a significant way to who I am today. So to this end, I really just want to express, you know, that I'm very grateful for having studied at UE for all those years, for my experience there and the way it benefited me, not just academically, but also contributed to my social development, and by extension help prepare me for the world of work. And for that, I really just want to reiterate, you know, my gratitude to faculty and staff at UE for their dedication and their hard work towards ensuring that students, including myself, have a really good, a solid foundation that prepares them for life. So I thank you all for your attention, and I welcome any questions that you may have on what I have said, or even if it's not something that I mentioned during my presentation. I'm very open to you asking me any questions that pertains to the topic. So I thank you again.
Okay, thank you very much, Lizanne. I am going to, are you hearing me? Are you hearing me? Okay, good. I think one of my, right, it fell off. Okay, so Lizanne, we have quite a few questions in the chat, so I'll start.
Okay.
And I want to thank you for sharing so freely about, and I wish my whole class could have heard you talk about those experiences you had in terms of presentations and what it did for you and what you have to do now in your career. I wish the whole class. Anyhow, this recording is going to be posted. Good. So one question we have from Michael. Michael is asking, what was your biggest hurdle throughout any of your studies and how did you overcome them? So we have quite a few questions. So I'll start with that first one.
My biggest hurdle throughout my studies. I think one of my biggest challenges, especially when I started UE, was just adapting to campus life and trying to strike that balance, because, especially because of the type of upbringing I had where I was so sheltered and everything was planned out for me. Having to move out of Toko to St. Augustine to live in an apartment and be responsible for myself, and at the same time to stay on top of my schoolwork, I think that in itself was a particularly big challenge for me, and I wasn't really able, I can't say I ever truly mastered it, but I eventually was able to strike some form of a balance And it did take a while for me.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Lizanne, for being so honest. And really, it does take some time to adjust. Another question was, in hindsight, what advice you would give to students now? That's a big question.
That's a big question. Firstly, I would say to
And this is coming from the Deputy Dean.
Okay. One, to value the opportunity that you have at UE to gain an education. And I say this because having traveled to many places in the world and having just experience and seeing the challenges that so many students have to go through. And even like right now, I'm in the US, and gaining a tertiary level education is a real hurdle because it's very expensive. They don't have the type of opportunities that we have in Trinidad, where more or less we don't really pay for it if we can't afford it. So in hindsight, I would say that, I mean, the fact that I am where I am, it is because I was able to go to UE without having to pay. Because I came from very humble beginnings, and I would not have been able to afford a tertiary education at that time. It may have taken me several years to work to get where I am. Secondly, I would underline the importance of working hard and giving it your best. It doesn't matter if the course is not something that you like or you don't see the value of it at the time, because I can tell you, when I was at UE, there were courses which I did not like, which I did not value very much, but in hindsight, they really provided me with a very strong foundation, and they contributed to me performing at a really high level in the Foreign Service of Trinidad and Tobago, because I had this rich background in politics. And I mean, as I said in my presentation before, it wasn't something that I had foreseen that I would do eventually, because I don't know if I mentioned it, but I initially had planned to study law, which I'm doing now. So I just was looking at, the degree as, just a means to an end. But in hindsight, it really proved meaningful. So I would just underline the importance of whatever you do it heartily, you give it your best. And I would also underline the importance of gaining experience while you were at UE, making good use of your summers. That was something that I did. A summer did not pass where I did not work. And I remember when I went to Foreign Affairs and I had my interview, that was something that the interview panel was particularly impressed by, because I had a list of probably about 8 or 9 jobs, and they looked at me and they were like, "But you're so young, how could you have worked in all these places?" But I really tried to make good use of my time and to gain experience, even though it didn't pertain directly to what I was studying. Just gaining that exposure to the world, to the work environment, and seeing what is out there and understanding how to interact with people in that type of environment, I would say adds a lot of value to you. And lastly, be open to new experiences, and try to be someone who is easy to work with as well. I learned in most places of work that the biggest challenge is not hard work, it's difficult people. So strive to be someone who works well with others.
And thanks for that. I see a question from Deputy Dean as well. And it kind of surrounds your response there, but I don't know if you could expand a little further. Now, you mentioned coming from a very small community, and what was the biggest mindset change you had as you transitioned to university and work? Not just UE, but work as well. So that's the, I guess that's the extension of the question that you talked about earlier.
I'm not sure I understand clearly the biggest mindset change in
yes, coming from a small community, because you've mentioned that quite frequently in your conversation. You said, I came from Toco. I was very sheltered. Okay, so I know you responded in talking about how, I think someone asked earlier, what was the biggest thing in transitioning to UE? And you said, because you came from a smaller village, very, very, very sheltered, transitioning and adapting to university life was a big challenge for you. So I think the Deputy Dean is extending that question to ask, what was your biggest mindset change in terms of your adjustment to work as well, coming from that background?
Okay, I would say that maybe when I look back on the person that I was when I was in Togo, this young girl in Togo, I think because I was very sheltered, I also perhaps was very close to a lot of things, and I hadn't seen much of the world. I hadn't experienced much of different cultures, even some different cultures in Trinidad with different types of personalities. And my experience in UE started that process where I started learning to better interact socially, because I don't think that I had very great social skills at the start of UE, but it was something that as my mindset changed and as I became open to understanding differences in people and differences in culture, I became, I guess, more understanding and tolerant, and I learned how to appreciate people more for their uniqueness. I'm not sure if that answered the change in mindset.
Yes,
Oh, yeah, you're touching.
If I can just expand a little bit on that, Lizanne, because I've seen cases where people just like yourself, and I'm included as well. Like, I came from a very small community and in South Trinidad too. So, coming to St. Augustine was like you were going to another country. We say this small country girl coming up town, you're coming up north. So I really wanted to get that shift that had to take place in your mindset, because you could have stayed sheltered. You could have stayed in your little corner, as we say, right? So I know for me, it was sort of realizing, hey, there's a whole other world out there, that just that dawning that there are so many opportunities, at your hand. So I could have decided to just stay in my dorm room because I'm from this small community. You probably don't think much of yourself. You don't think people would want to hear what you have to say, and you just kind of stay sheltered. And you might have spent 3 years on campus and go back to your small community in Togo and not have changed. Whereas you did something different with your journey. So I was just wanting to get at that what sort of change. But you did answer. I mean, you did talk about that transition, and I think sometimes it is important, because even probably as mentors and as supervisors and lecturers, we might meet students in that early stage of their journey where they are not sure of who they are, and they feel, well, I'm come from this small community, I've come from this family that's not rich, that's not famous, no status, and they don't really see how they can make this impact. They don't see, how could I reach to working for the United Nations? How could I reach working for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? How could I ever earn a scholarship to go New Zealand, which was, my story. So it's just to remember that, just encourage people wherever they are in that journey, that really all things are possible. And I always say, with God, right? So it was just that. Thanks.
You're welcome. And I just want to add that I agree fully with you. All things are possible with God, and that has been my experience.
Okay, thank you, Lizanne. And I have another question. How do you keep motivated throughout your journey? How do you keep that momentum going? It's like one to the next, to the next, to the next, and still good. Share.
Sure. I would say that first and foremost, my faith has played the most significant role in really propelling me forward, because from the time that I decided to do my postgraduate diploma in UE, that was a prayerful decision. And for each step that I have taken subsequent to that, I have prayed. So when I was offered the role to go to New York, that was something that I prayed about before accepting. And even where I am today, it was something that I've prayed about. And I think God really gives me that strength and that motivation to continue. I would also attribute it in large part to my upbringing. I grew up in, well, a single parent home for the most part because my dad passed away when I was about 7 years old. So it was just my mom and my 3 sisters growing up in this house in a very rural part of Toko. But my mom, she always underlined the importance of striving for excellence, of really doing your best. And I think that just remained with me and continues to resonate with me throughout my life.
Lizanne, I think, let me ask Michael's question. Michael is asking, or let me scroll back up. Michael is asking, how did you figure out what you wanted to do in life and where you wanted to be in life?
Okay, that's a good question. And I would like Michael to know that I never planned to be where I am today. I did not plan this journey at all. When I started UE, as I said, I was thinking about law. And at the undergraduate level, I started developing somewhat of an interest in international relations. And then I was so interested that I decided to do it at the postgraduate level. And even at that time, I didn't foresee that I would be doing what I eventually did at the UN and in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I think it was something that happened on a step-by-step basis. More or less, I took things one day at a time. Of course, you try to plan ahead, but you really need to take things one day at a time. And for me, the doors opened and I just grasped at the opportunities as they came. But it was never the path I'm on was an unplanned path.
Lots of surprises on your journey. So you were very driven. You've accomplished a lot. So I have a question in the chat that asks, what do you do for relaxation, to relieve stress, and in your free time, hobbies? You're so driven. You have time for that?
Yes. Well, actually, right now, I don't have a lot of fun because the masters I am doing, it's probably the most work I've ever done in my entire life. So, but I travel for fun, which I have not been able to do because of COVID. So I've more or less been grounded for the past year. But I usually like to travel to new countries just to experience different cultures, to see how people live, and to understand the differences and to appreciate those differences. That's something I particularly like doing, and experiencing new foods and so on. I also am somewhat of a long distance runner. I don't want to boast and say I'm a runner, but I run. So I do that for fun as well. And just spending time with my husband, I would say, at this stage.
Lizanne is a little modest. Huh? I've seen Lizanne when I was at UV. Sometimes I remember one day driving up Mount St. Benedict, and there was Lizanne jogging. Up everywhere on campus, I would see you jogging. So she really is a very disciplined athlete as well. All right, Michael, you have a question in the chat, and I'm not too sure. I don't know if you want to clarify this question. You're asking something about her 3 degrees and what advice there would be. I'm not too sure. Michael, would you like to ask that question? Three pieces of advice and what they would be. I'm not too sure I understand. Leslie, you see any question?
Hey, can you all hear me?
Yes, Michael, we hear you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. The question was, what would present Lizanne tell the Lizanne past, in the past, who just began her degree? What 3 advice would she give that person?
Firstly, don't worry about anything. Things tend to work out. Like now I think I understand that and I try not to worry, but at the time when I was in UE, because of that uncertainty, I remember when I was doing my degree in government, a lot of people were like, why are you doing this degree? It would serve you no purpose. And as a young person who is doing their first degree and being told things like that, like, you're not gonna get a job with that, it can discourage you and it can cause you worry. But things worked out. And usually things work out. Usually things fall into place and worrying doesn't change anything. So that would be one of the main pieces of advice I would give to past Lizanne. Another piece of advice, I'm trying to think of something that I did not say before. Maybe I would say to take my undergraduate experience more seriously. I don't think that particularly my first year in UE, I think because I was transitioning, I did not take my classes as seriously as I should have, and I wasn't as punctual as I should have been. So I would say to, really value those experiences and take it seriously, because now that I'm at this stage in my life, I understand just how privileged I was to have had that experience of being in UE and being afforded this education free of charge. And that's something that a lot of people, they just don't have. And even people who have it, a lot of people in the US that I know of right now, they are spending probably the next 10 or 20 years of their life paying off student loans. And in Trinidad and Tobago, we don't have that issue, and it's a true blessing. And a third piece of advice that I would give to past Lizanne, maybe I'll have to get back to you on that third piece of advice. But I hope this helped in some way.
Okay, thanks, Lizanne. I see a hand raised, Deputy Dean Jordan
Yes.
Miller. Go ahead.
It definitely helped, Lizanne. I was just wondering, seeing that you are now working overseas, what sort of skills, experience, talents you feel that employers are looking for? What should be some of the skills that our students should be focusing on developing even while they do their studies now, if they're thinking of working with an international organization or transitioning to overseas?
Okay, so first I would say that right now I'm actually studying full-time for this year, so I'm not working right now. However, with respect to the skills, one, language skills are very important. A lot of jobs, particularly in international organizations like the UN or the OAS, World Bank, they oftentimes ask for a second language like Spanish or French, sometimes other languages. So that in itself is very important if you want to work internationally. Two, if you are interested in working for an international organization, at the local level, you can try to gain experience that's relevant to your field, perhaps in civil society organizations, because they would value the fact that you have had some experience in the particular area at the domestic level when they are looking at your application. I would say work experience as a whole is particularly important. And while you're at university as well, a lot of sometimes employers, they ask for your transcripts. They want to see how you have performed and your average GPA. So work hard at your courses. Try to at least, get like a B+ average on your academic degrees. Because when you are applying for jobs internationally, you are competing with people from all over the world. And some of these people they speak 5 or 6 languages, they have a lot of degrees, they have first-class honors, and it's very important that you are able to compete on that level if you are interested in applying for jobs internationally. I would also add that Trinidadians and Caribbean people in general who have gained jobs in the US, who have come to the US, they oftentimes do very, very well. And I would also say that I think that the quality of our education at UE, we do have a very high standard. And more is sometimes required of us at UE than at some of these foreign universities. So value what you have.
Thank you, Lizanne. And I was just thinking when you were answering that earlier in your sharing, you talked about not liking those presentations and valuing the experiences you had, even though you said it was limited, but those presentation skills really helped you to develop those public speaking skills that you're required to do on the job. and you talked about, you know, doing the simulations, and that really helped you to prepare you for what the professional roles that you would have. So I would say some of the things you've shared earlier really made me think that our students should be doing more of that, more in terms of giving them that deep dive experience, making them, you know, pretend that they are managers, and giving them things like, you know, assignments that would require all the things that you said you were doing in terms of your coursework. All right, so thanks a lot for that. And Lizanne, I know that you've done a lot of languages as well. You don't you speak French, Spanish, Italian?
Spanish, I would say that I'm good at.
Spanish?
My French is a bit rusty. I did do some Chinese, but that's also rusty right now. Because once you're not practicing,
right.
you get a little rusty.
All right, okay. But you've been actively learning other languages. All right. Okay, thank you, Lizanne. So stay on the call, because we're going to be having now Tanisha, and Tanisha is going to be sharing a bit about her experiences, but we're going to be having more time for sharing. We go right up to 2:30, so please keep those questions that you have, put them on the chat so you won't forget. So thank you, Lizanne, and we're going to have Tanisha Brown now. Tanisha is actually a PhD student at Salisa's. She's completed all her coursework, and Tanisha is going to share a bit about her experience. So I'm going to let her tell us a bit about herself, and then she can share in terms of what made her successful and a bit of career advice. Tanisha, you go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Roach, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share briefly on my journey with my postgraduate studies. Similarly to Lizanne, this pathway was not planned. Growing up as a child, I was not very goal-oriented. I know there are some children who are very goal-oriented. They know from the start what they want to be, what profession they want to be in, and they're very intent on that pathway. That was definitely not my experience. So sorry, before I even go down that road, I am currently doing my PhD in governance with a focus on tourism. And I have my background completely in tourism studies with a BSc in tourism management, hospitality and tourism management, and a master's in tourism development management, all from the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine. I currently am also an adjunct lecturer in the tourism management program, teaching at the BSc and postgraduate level. And I'm also the research assistant for our Dean of Social Studies, Social Sciences, Dr. Cameron. So that's just a little insight into who I am. So going back to what I started to say, I did not know initially growing up as a child what field, specific field I wanted to get into. I bounced around from wanting to be a flight attendant to wanting to be a meteorologist, all the way back to being a veterinarian, because growing up, you know, I think most children love animals, and that, you know, gave me some sort of perspective on pursuing a profession in veterinary medicine. But I wasn't settled at all. And coupled with that, when I sat my common entrance, as it was referred to in those days, I did not pass for my first, second, third, or fourth choice. And that was a really, really devastating experience to me. I recall when I heard which school I passed for, I literally flung myself on the ground and started to cry. So it was really a very traumatic experience, because I did not pass for what would be termed as a prestige school. And that did impact my outlook in terms of what I could have accomplished, merely by the fact that I did not get to go to any of my options that were listed then. But thankfully, and I have to say thankfully, I had a parent who saw past an SCA result. In particular, my father, growing up, was always the one who saw potential in me that perhaps I did not even see. And he continually pushed me. And I know that many may have a different experience with fathers. I know that our society and the whole issue with fathers and being a role model and so forth is an issue. It's a challenge at times, but I was fortunate enough to have a father figure in my life that saw the potential and who pushed me oftentimes past my limit to achieve. And so I went through, and I'll just let you know, I'm a product of the junior secondary system. And in those days, of course, there was a stigma to junior sex in terms of its output and the type of student that came out of a junior secondary system. I remember moving from junior sec to Form 4 and Form 5 in a different institute, and having been told and was told, because I wanted to do geography as a CXC course, I was told, you know, as a junior sec child, you shouldn't be doing geography because you won't pass. Now, I was the kind of child, a little rebellious. If you told me not to do something, I'd always do the opposite. So instead of allowing that to derail me from my intent in completing geography as a CXC subject, it actually, for some reason, it propelled me to prove that lecturer wrong. Needless to say, I did come out with really great marks in CXC geography, and that teacher and I became good pals at the end of the process, because he realized that perhaps what he said initially was definitely not true. And so going through life, and so, you know, although I was motivated, there were motivating factors in my life. Today, if you ask me 25 years ago, whatever, at age, you know, 13, 14, whatnot, if I planned to be at this point pursuing a PhD, I would have never imagined it. But importantly, and these are for, you know, maybe some advice to people, if I may, to people who have children, or you have younger ones, nieces, nephews around you, and even if they're struggling academically in secondary school, you know, words of encouragement and motivating them based on what you see as their potential is really important. And always being positive, you know, just using words of affirmation and positivity goes a long way. And so part of my reason for pursuing the PhD would have been directly related to my father, who, when I finished my A-levels, he looked at me and he said, "Okay, Tanisha, what is next?" And up to A-levels, I was introduced to studies on the tourism sector. And I was able to look, I had become a little bit more mature from the whole A-level experience. And I was able to determine in my mind that, okay, Tanisha, you like interacting with people. You love the whole notion of travel. What can you do to integrate those two passions and pursue a particular professional pathway? And at that point, I had heard about TTHTI, or Hotel School as it is known as. And I told him, well, listen, I want to go to Hotel School. And as a supportive father, he made the necessary arrangements. And I came out with my associate degree in tourism management. When I was finished with that, he looked at me and he said, "What next, Tanisha?" And from my TTHI experience with tourism, I was almost sure. So having moved from jumping all over the place to what I wanted to pursue as a profession, based on my educational experience and the level of exposure that I had to the global industry, tourism industry, via TTHTI, I was assured that this was the industry that I wanted to stick with. Wasn't too sure where in the industry I would fit in, because I hated working at hotels. I did not like the thought of shift work and getting up early in the morning or working until late in the night. So I was still unsure at that point as to where I was fitting in the sector. So he looked at me and he said, "So what next?" And I discovered that just a few years ago, TTHTI had established a relationship with UE for a 2+2 program where you do 2 years at TTHTI and then you move on to UWI to complete the BSc in Hospitality and Tourism Management. And I shared my desire to pursue that with him. And of course, he made the necessary arrangements. And I pursued and I came out with upper second class honors in the field in that particular degree program. By now, of course, I'm almost chest high in terms of immersed in the industry because I would have done a few internships and so forth. And again, I mean, I'm in the belly of the thing. Why, turn back now? Unfortunately, after I graduated in 2004 with the BSc, I could not find employment in the hospitality and tourism industry. So I worked a year at TSTT in the customer service field. I wasn't daunted by that because I was grown up to always value experiences and never discount experiences. So I took on the challenge at TSTT and I learned all that I could have learned until that fateful day, Dr. Jordan Miller, who was on this call, called me and she told me about an opening position at UWI in the Department of Management Studies as a research assistant to she and Dr. Cameron. And of course, I jumped at the opportunity because my heart was and will always be in the tourism field. And so for 4 years, I worked as a research assistant in the department, assisting with tourism-related research, as well as establishing the MSc program, which I completed a few years after. So back to perhaps the real reason why I decided to just not stop at the master's level. Now, for those persons who are on the call, perhaps completing your master's, it was probably I won't say the worst, and this is not any indictment on you. It was the hardest experience that I had in my personal life, simply because it was the first time that I worked and studied at the same time. Prior to that experience, I was home in my parents' home, living off of them, not having to work. They were supporting me financially. But with the master's, I had to pay for it on my own, and I was also working. And that was really, really difficult for me. I went through periods of crying and emotional ups and downs because, when you come home from work, you really don't want to turn on that computer and do work until 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning. And I took a really long time to complete the master's. In fact, my supervisor, Dr. Cameron, I will never forget the day she cornered me in the airport in the Tobago terminal. So I had worked up for 4 years as a research assistant, and then I moved on to become an employee of the tourism development company. And during that time, I was working on the research paper. And I was really being delinquent. I was not doing anything because I was very overwhelmed. You're working, recently married as well. So you have those commitments. And I remember her cornering me in the airport and saying, Tanisha, what would it take for you to finish this master's? And I really didn't want to hear her at that point. But she, as my supervisor, she encouraged me, she motivated me, and she challenged me to complete it. And so one would think after I had that really hard experience, why would you pursue a PhD? So that's the response that I get. All of my friends who would have gone through the master's in tourism with me or some other area, when they ask me now, so Tanisha, what you doing? And perhaps they forget I'm doing a PhD. They're like, well, good for you. Why not going down that road? But part of my motivation for pursuing the PhD is my passion for the industry that I am part of. And I think that is key in terms of whatever you choose as a postgraduate field of study. You should be passionate about it because postgraduate studies, it's a higher level engagement. And one would think that you won't choose very loosely an area that you are probably going to be stuck with for the rest of your adult life. I mean, well, if you do a BSc, you know, to me, there's some wiggle room. You could probably change and pursue, but when you get into a master's program, and at maybe at an earlier age, then you're really sort of stuck. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's just my perspective on it. So the thing that motivates me the most is my passion for the industry that I am part of. And so I could have stopped at the master's level, but there's something that is internally driving me to continue to study in the field, and more so because our Caribbean region is highly dependent on tourism. That motivates me, as well as I go back to one of the reasons why I chose initially to go to TTHDI. From my A-level experience, I would have come to the conclusion that Trinidad and Tobago has so much potential in so many areas, but in particular, as it relates to tourism and hospitality, we have, of course, and I'm probably talking to a lot of trainees on this call, but we have so much to offer by way of our culinary experiences, our sites and attractions, and just who we are as Trinbagonians. And so that, when I finished the master's, coupled with a few professional experiences, helped me to determine that, listen, I need to go further in my studies in the field of tourism, and my new passion, in the field of tourism governance. The other aspect is that my father passed away in 2011. So I go back to that person who played a key role in my life to motivate me. And 5 days before he actually died, because after I completed the master's, I took a while. I needed some time to recover. I was double-minded about the process. I'll be very, very honest by telling you, many times I told my husband while I was writing the research paper, as soon as I finish this research paper, I'm going to print it and then light a bonfire and burn it up, right? So I needed to take a little break. But again, that voice of motivation came 5 days before he passed away. And excuse me if I got a little emotional, we had a telephone conversation. He was not feeling well, and we just started to talk about the future. And he said to me, Tanisha, when are you going to do your PhD? Remember, I always believe that you could go as far as you want. So when are you going to do it? And I say, yeah, Dad, I'll do it. And then 5 days after, he passed away. And I feel an obligation, maybe I'm old school, but that's also part of my motivation, that I promised him that I would do my PhD, and I need to stay true to that promise and honor him even in death. So 2 main motivators, a family member or somebody that is significant in my life, and secondly, that passion for the industry and for my profession, and my belief that I can make a difference. And one of the ways to make a difference is to achieve to do doctoral studies and to become more experts in terms of research, and having to be able to form a more research opinion so I can impact the industry from a national or even governmental level. So those are some of the main reasons for why I'm doing my PhD. Let me just talk on the challenges of not just the PhD, but even from the time I started my master's. And I think many of the students on the call would identify with these challenges. The first challenge that stands out to me is a lack of understanding, even among your family members, of what postgraduate studies entails. So a lot of your friends, a lot of your family members are not going to appreciate the amount of time that you need to spend away from them, reading, writing, etc., etc. And it can cause conflict, or it may make friends and family members feel a little slighted, like you don't want to spend time with them. I know I could talk about my mom here because my mom, she recently retired, and even in going through this PhD, if I'm not doing work otherwise for my job, I have to read and I have to do the needful for my PhD. And it seems as though she doesn't really understand. She doesn't understand the amount of time, energy, and effort and the intensity of the process. So one of my biggest challenges is really helping people around me to understand that this is the pathway that I'm on for a short space of time in my estimation, and that I need the time. And so it may mean that I cannot spend all the time that you want me to spend with you. But, it's really just about helping them to try to understand. They may not understand even after you attempt to help them to understand, but those are some of the challenges that I'm sure that you have experienced or are yet to experience, especially if you are at the research phase where you need to do a lot of reading. The second challenge is self-discipline. So of course, at this level, you don't have somebody checking in with you every day, and you have to pace yourself, you have to plan your time and activities, and you have to be self-disciplined. Many times, I would just prefer to roll up on my couch and binge watch Netflix series rather than sitting in front of journal articles and documents, reading through to pull out main points of my literature review. That's just the reality. Especially again, if you're working, you've had a hard week, a hard few days, the last thing you want to do with your weekends in particular is to continue to do work. It's absolutely, it's an absolute struggle at times. So for me, because I'm not always as self-disciplined as I ought to be, even growing up, I could say sometimes I go with how I feel. If I don't feel like doing something, I don't do it, which doesn't augur well most of the times. So I have had to be very self-disciplined, even to my own displeasure. At times where you're tired, and I recall these experiences from even my master's, because I had to mentally make up my mind that after I reach home from work, Tanisha, you need to finish the section on X, Y, and Z. And if it takes you until 4 o'clock in the morning, which many times it took me until 4 a.m. in the morning, reading and writing, then you have to do it. Again, thankfully, I had a very supportive husband, because of course, these things could take a toll on your marriage, but it's very important beforehand and before marriage. He knew that there was some intent in doing, I was already doing the master's, and he knew there was some intent to do the PhD. So there were some expectations, of course, that I would be involved in other things that may not make me as available to him as perhaps I should be. So it was hard because, of course, I had to discipline myself until 4 o'clock in the morning. You're reading, you're writing, you're typing. And then I had to get up to go to work for 9 a.m. And as I said, to my displeasure, through many tears, struggles, I made it through. But of course, it was because of a deliberate act of willing myself to do what was necessary. The other challenge that I'm currently facing right now, and both Dr. Cameron and Dr. Jordan, I'm always talking about information overload. So how do you read all of these things and not feel overburdened? And I'm still working through that, because it's as though the information monster just opened up his mouth and swallowed you. So I'm working through that challenge. And part of the information overload is, of course, starting to feel very overwhelmed. And when I start to feel very overwhelmed, I just stop. I've learned to just stop, put down the pencil or the pen and the paper, turn down the laptop, and just perhaps go wash somewhere. I know it might seem a little comical, but just have that 5-10 minutes of washing somewheres, or cooking, which I was forced to do a lot of because of COVID-19, or turning on the TV and watching something, or even going on Facebook and Instagram, because it's a break from all of that information and that feeling of being overwhelmed. So those are 3 main challenges I think that most postgraduate students would be able to identify with. But I want to also touch on the successes. So yes, the challenges, but I found that the feeling of accomplishment is so satisfying. So after writing something, let's say my literature review, which I did in part in December, and yes, feeling all of those overwhelming emotions, but at the end of the day, it's a feeling of accomplishment that really helps in the purpose, because I know that at the end of this point, it's going to be okay. It's just the process that you're going through right now is difficult, but when I get to that point or a point, then this overwhelming feeling of accomplishment sets in, and you realize that your whole world it's not crumbling, right? It's not the end of the world. And as Lizanne says, everything works out at the end. A bit of advice in terms of how I coped, so beyond all that I already said, my faith in Jesus Christ has sustained me. I could only reference my faith, and my faith in this particular regard is my relationship with Jesus, and being able also to have those quiet times and not so quiet times and sit in prayer and just be honest, because I found that offloading on the Lord is something that is very useful, something that brings me calm and peace in the midst of what I term as a small storm. So my relationship with the Lord Jesus Christ is key in my survival mechanism through my master's as well as through this PhD program. The second thing is, of course, you are going to question, as I've questioned many times in the last few months, why am I doing this, Tanisha? Why are you putting yourself through this? Just get a normal work and cool yourself. You don't have to challenge yourself. Just be normal and just, stop doing what you're doing. I've had to deal with that a lot of times, and I suspect that I will continue to deal with it. I told someone the other day who was dealing with the same issue, a PhD student, and I said, you know what also helps me? So in addition to my faith, is going back to why you started this journey. What fueled you in the first place to start postgraduate studies? Go back to that. Was it an obligation in my case that I feel obligated to my father to honor him? Is it because I know that I can make a difference in my field? Is it that you just want to reach for the stars? Whatever it is, it's also very useful in those moments of questioning, why am I doing what I'm doing, to go back to the reason why you started your postgraduate journey in the first place. And then some very practical measures that you implement. As I said, stop and do something else. You will become overwhelmed. I'm yet to come across anybody who have not completed a master's or a PhD who did not talk about being overwhelmed. If you're not overwhelmed, then kudos to you. I wish I could be like that, but I think that feeling of anxiety is very commonplace with going through a process like this. And my advice is to stop and do something else. So I have taken up hiking as my new hobby in a COVID environment, because I've sort of developed an intense liking for nature, and of course COVID and studying and everything caused me to gain weight. So now I have to drop weight. And what is best for me is really engaging in hiking. So I've developed a little network of friends, And I use that as an outlet to just get out of the house, get away from the computer, have those social interactions and interaction with nature, which helps with my mind and thinking and everything else. So hiking for me is working. Being able to just exercise in general. I go to Chancellor often, and just those long walks even helps me to work through some of the content that perhaps I'm struggling with. So stepping away, doing something else in nature helps me to clear my mind, think through the process. And then when I get back home, I write something down because for some reason it becomes a bit clearer. And then I do a lot of binge watching at times on Netflix, maybe a stress watching rather than binge watching. But I figure it's better than stress eating. It's better to binge watch on Netflix, right? So the point is to stop and do something else. And lastly, you need to network with other students. So I go back to my point where you may have a few persons in your life that they do not understand what this process entails. But you do have, or you may have friends or colleagues who are going through a similar process. And it is very wise to network with those colleagues so that you all can exchange what works, what does not work for the process. So for example, I have a very dear friend of mine, Amanda is her name. We WhatsApp every single week to check on each other. We've met via Zoom once, and we've invited other persons just to come along and talk about what are you going through, what are you feeling, what are some of the things. Maybe you have a concept. I may not be doing a PhD in economic policy or social policy, but I could listen to what you have to say. You could bounce an idea off of me, and I could, to the best of my ability, give you some feedback and help you in the process. And I can identify with you and motivate you through the process. So that network with other students, and this is just not now, I have always maintained a network for studies throughout, even from TTHA, I go right up to this point, and that has always worked for me quite well. So those are just 4 key points with regards to how to achieve work-life balance as well. You know, my faith in the Lord, going back to where you started your journey, stopping and doing something, networking with other students, and just, you know, blocking out the negativity. I mean, some people don't intentionally want to be negative, but I've had to ignore the comments of, oh, she's doing a PhD, that's so hard. Yeah, I know how you're making out, neither do I, but hey, I'm taking a job at it. So you're gonna have to filter out the comments that are oftentimes very genuine and unintentional. No need to get vexed with anybody, but it's just that there isn't an understanding of the process. And at the end of the day, I have said to myself, Tanisha, if you do this, and the worst that can happen is that you are not awarded your PhD, you fail, it's okay. You don't even have to be afraid of that. So there's no fear. Just give your 100% effort. And as Lizanne says, it will work out. And my faith is I need to trust the Lord to help me through the process, and whatever pathway and purpose that I am destined for will come to pass. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Tanisha, for your rich sharing. Seeing the comments in the chat, people already have appreciated Dr. Jordan Miller saying, you're my motivation, very inspiring, and just for your honesty in being very real. And I really appreciate that. I want to leave some time for people to still ask some questions. I know you're touching on a lot. I actually was typing out some questions, and as I was typing, you were saying, I say, okay, delete. I typed another one, you touched on it, I say, okay, delete. Okay, so is there any questions that other people would like to ask? We have some more time. Come on, don't be shy. Put it in the chat, or you could unmute.
Okay, well, I will start. I still don't know how Tanisha does it all. I call her the little energizer bunny because she is just to me like she's doing so much. There's so much on her plate, and I will tell you something. It is not mediocre work at all. I have complete confidence in Tanisha. So if I say, Tanisha, we need this, could you write this? Could you research this? I have never had I can't think of a time where Tanisha said no, and so I honestly still don't know how she fits it all in. And as I said, it's work with excellence. So Tanisha, we are going for the PhD with excellence, right? Well done.
Yes, supervisor. So Dr. Cameron, Dr. Jordan is Miller is my supervisor for the PhD.
Okay, thank you. Come on, don't be shy. You have any burning question that you'd like to ask Tanisha? I know she shared very richly and she was very, very thorough in all the areas she touched on. I was particularly touched when you talked about your father and the role that he had played in your life. I loved how you said it. Tanisha, what's next? What's next? I love that. I just love it. And even though he has passed on, you still hear that voice. What's next? Any other questions? Shalian, I'm seeing you have a
Yeah.
question?
Well, not a question. I really just had a comment. And, normally I will sit on these calls and not say anything. But I felt that I had to make a comment with respect to Tanisha. The one thing that, resonated with me, knowing Tanisha, is just that passion she has for tourism. If you want to know anything about tourism, go talk to Tanisha. She is really passionate about it. And hearing your story today, oh my, it's very, very inspiring. So thank you for inspiring me. Although I am outside, I've completed my PhD, but you have given me some inspiration to go and work on a paper that I have that I'm fighting up with for probably the last year and a half. So thank you for your story, Tanisha. And thank you
Most
for sharing that
welcome.
passion.
Thank
Okay,
you.
I have
Most
a question.
welcome.
I have a question. I know you kind of touched on it, but I'll still ask it, because you talked about, and it's something that, that's Shelly Ann just said it, that, you get to a point where you're stuck and you talked about being confronted by Dr. Lewis Cameron about when you're going to finish. What did it take for you to get out of that rut? Can you share? Because some students, we just finished a step-up program with postgrads, and I saw students commenting on the chat that they have finished their coursework and they have come to the writing, and the writing, as you say, is a very lonely time. It's a time where your loved ones don't understand, your friends don't understand. I remember some people telling me when I was away, Shani, you've become a social recluse, you're a hermit, all kinds of negative thoughts.
Yeah.
But how can you get yourself out of that rut? Give some practical advice to some of the students on the call.
Yeah. I think, again, going back to why you started the journey in the first place helps. So whether it's for professional upgrade, perhaps you want to make more money, I'm just being real, and any other reason, you need to go back to it. You need to remind yourself, what was the goal? What is the goal? What is the intent at the end of the journey that you are trying to achieve, that you need to just go through the process to achieve? Having said that, I probably didn't do that during the time. What really worked for me was my supervisor, sorry, Dr. Cameron, nagging me. I'm just being honest. And perhaps also, and indirectly talking to people who will motivate you. So Dr. Cameron and Dr. Jordan Miller, they play a huge role. They play huge roles in my life because I've known them since, I was doing the undergrad program. And unknowing to Leslie, sometimes I would call her. I mean, I'd say talk to me, but when she talks to me, then I get re-energized and refocused. So it's important for you to, even if you're shy, to say, well, you know what, listen, right now I need a little pep talk, you know, right? Because, you know, we have a little pride. You want to admit, listen, I'm struggling. But if you know that you call somebody who is, who would always give you a word of encouragement. For example, I have another friend, Rebecca. Rebecca is so intent. Every time I answer the phone, how you going, Dr. Tanisha? She is intent. I could be having the worst day. And she said, that is your new title from now, Dr. Tanisha, because not getting a PhD is not an option for her. So I know that if I am having a bad day, I'm stuck, if I pick up the phone and I call Rebecca, even without telling her I'm having a bad day, she acts as a motivator for me. And you need to have that one person, even if it's just one person in your life who you can pick up the phone and just have an open and honest conversation, or just rub on them a little bit so that, you know, what is on them rubs off on you. That it's very practical for me.
Thank you so much, Tanisha. I really, really appreciated that. And I was laughing. I was having a chuckle when you talked about your friend Rebecca calling you doctor. I remember coming to the end of my journey, my dissertation chair, ruts, and you would, every time you send me an email, okay, Dr. Roshami, I said, stop calling me that, I'm not finished. He said, yeah, you have, in my eyes, you have, you know, and you get to the point you said, you just don't want to disappoint so many people who have invested in your development. Okay,
Right.
so I feel so full. I feel so full. I was writing and taking notes, as just touching on themes that both you, Lizanne, and Rebecca shared. And I've run out of space. So I really have to stop. But I just want to share, for those of you who have joined the call, for those of you who were here earlier, just to kind of touch on some of the themes our panel shared. And one was striving for excellence. Everyone touched on that. That really this whole journey is about excellence. It's not mediocrity at all. It's all or nothing. So they talked about striving for excellence. All of them talked about, and two in particular, Rebecca and Lizanne, talked about not despising the small beginnings that they had and value the experiences and learn from them. And I really appreciate them being so transparent about where they came from. Lizanne, a little community, a little village in Toko, and Tanisha talking about being, you know, going to the junior secondary system and not passing for any of her choices, but still moving forward. And I think both of them talked about having family support and loved ones, whether it's your parents, husband, close friends, having them cheer you on and being a part of that journey. Take the opportunities for learning and serving. And of course, engage in extracurricular activities. Love learning. All of them talked about it. Love learning. So learning is something that you could be in love with. You know, there's passion and there's a drive. All of them talked about it's not easy. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. And I like that real, you know, that real part of it. It's a lot of work. It's gonna take chunks of your social life, chunks of, you know, a lot of what you'd wanna do rather than TV. It's a lot of hard work. All of them talked about their intrinsic motivation, that they want to accomplish their dreams, to accomplish their goals. I love the theme. It's not where you start, but value the process. Value the process. They all talked about developing yourself, and it's not limited to just their academic journey. All of them could have seen the connection between the journey at UE and the journey in terms of developing themselves and the journey in their career. And in retrospect, they see everything coming together. Everyone talked about being passionate about all you do. I got that. I mean, it was just a perennial theme. Passion, passion. They are passionate about what they do. And everyone talked about being open to change. And I really appreciated that, because life is not going to be coming at us, you know, just how we want it. And it's not going to be rolling out without any hurdles and challenges. And they talked about being open to change. And I appreciated them sharing of how they dealt with the changes in their lives. And I love this last part, because I tend to worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Things have a way of working out. Stay connected to your values. I appreciated that because I think there's something, there is something. It's such a long journey. And in terms of the years that you invested and the things that you have to do in a goals, you need to have an anchor. And it seems both Lizanne and Tisha, have shared very help them also to weather the storms of their lives. And coming down to the end, I have like 3 more points of I wrote down. Everybody talked about us and
Dr. Roach, we're not hearing you again. Not sure if she might have dropped off a bit there. We just give her a minute. But really, thank you so much to Lizanne, Tanisha, and Rebecca for being part of this panel discussion. I have learned a whole lot, and like Dr. Roach was saying, I have made quite a few notes as well. So, throughout this week, we kept hearing the word mutual. And I think it's important to note, even for students, that many times our students energize us and motivate us. Now, our ego might not allow us to tell you that. But we do. When we see you making the effort and going the extra mile and making us proud in the workplace, and so we use that to drive our own research agenda and to advance our own dreams. So we really want to thank all the students on here, particularly those who would have made the time to share with us today. Dr. Roach, you had dropped off, so I was just closing off on your behalf.
Yes, thank you. I think I'm having some problems. It's dipping, so I just put on data. All right, just in case. So yeah, I am actually finished, and just in terms of taking breaks, connecting with your part in terms of that balance. I'm being told that several times by someone, I won't call their names, that you need to start doing something to release. Okay, so thank all our panel. Lizanne, thank you for sharing so freely and from your heart. We appreciate that. I took some notes, and there's some things that I'm learning from you all as well. And we look forward to you sharing again at another time. All the best in your journey in finishing your PhD.
Yes, so thank you so much, Dr. Roach, for chairing that session. We would have heard from our PhD and our graduate students, and now we are transitioning to hear from our professors, right? We had a session on Wednesday where Dr. Hines was taking us through using research to advance your career in UE, and of course, professorship was at the top of the table. And we thought it would be so good to get some secrets. Now we call it secrets of professors. How did they get there? How did they make it? What was their journey like? What advice would they give us, right? And so I'm turning over to Dean Cameron, who will chair this final panel discussion for our entire week, right? So we're at the end of our research week now, and really very happy to have our professors with us to share. So Dean Cameron, over to you.
Thank you very much, Leslie. Good afternoon, colleagues. And we continue the conversation. And one of the words I'm left with from that last session, well, 2 words really, is the fact that we are on this journey. And the other point has to do with valuing the process. And so even as we spend the last hour and a half hearing about our PhD students and their journey, I think it's a good segue into this discussion with our professors who have actually made it to the end of the academic spectrum. And so It gives me great pleasure this afternoon to welcome from the Faculty of Social Sciences, we have Professor Rajendra Ramlogan, who is a professor in law based in the Department of Management Studies. We also have recently minted Professor Hamid Ghani. He is the director of the Sir Arthur Lewis Institute of Economic Studies. And we have from the Faculty of Humanities and Education, Professor Paula Morgan. So, lady and gents, thank you very much for agreeing to be part of this panel, as we titled it, Secrets of Professors. And colleagues, just to let you know that we want this session really to be a conversation. We want to give you the opportunity to ask our professors, you know, any little tidbits that you want to hear about, any, you know, questions you've always had. So take this time, right, to place your questions in the chat as we go along. What we want to do in terms of steering the conversation, first of all, is to have each of our professors introduce himself and herself, and then we will get into, I will just start with a leading question, and then we will flow from there. So I'll ask the lady now, Miss Professor Morgan, if she can just introduce yourself, what's the professorship in, and any other background you want to give.
Yes, right. I'm Paula Morgan, and I am a professor of West Indian literature and culture. I have been on this journey for a while, but I'm one of those that had a circuitous pathway. So I have been through many professions and many jobs. So sometimes I feel like a cat, as if I've had 9 lives. So I've worked as a technical editor in an engineering consultancy for about 5-6 years. I worked in the government service for about a decade, planning large-scale events like Commonwealth Ministers' meetings and that kind of thing. I worked in government publications. I worked writing political speeches, and then I returned to the university late. So the first thing I'd like to say, and that's the end of my introduction, that every pathway is different. Everybody's purpose, everybody's destiny, everybody's journey, and everybody's timing is different, and that's okay.
Thank you. Professor Ghani.
Thank you very much, Dean, and good afternoon to everyone who is on the chat on the session this afternoon, and thank you for inviting me to participate in this session. Yes, I became a professor last year, and it has been a long and interesting road because along the way I dipped into university administration. I was head of the Department of Behavioral Sciences from 1999 to 2003. And then I was acting Dean of Social Sciences from 2003 to 2004. And then I was Dean of Social Sciences from 2004 to 2012. And then I stepped out of academia for a year and went into Guardian Media Limited for 1 year, 2013, 2014, and came back to the university in 2014. And then in 2017, I was appointed director of the Sir Arthur Lewis Institute of Social and Economic Studies, but all the while had been building research materials and so on to the point where I got my professorship last year, publishing along the way and so on, so that I will say, though, that when you do take up university administration, it is something that consumes a lot of your time, so that being a department head and being a dean certainly consumed a lot of my researchable time, and therefore you had to juggle and balance between doing administrative material to run a faculty or a department and also doing your personal research and publishing. so that in my case, that was my sacrifice to give to the university in terms of my time in pursuit of the university's work and also pursuing some of my work, but it picked up pace after I ceased to be a dean. And when I became director of Salises, this is a research institute, so that what I was already doing picked up even more pace coming here, and that is where the professorship came during my time as director here at Salises, a research institute. Thank you, that's my opening. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And then we have Professor Ramlogan.
Thank you, Dean. Participants, you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, my journey was a lot perhaps smoother. I joined university, I think in 2001. My application for professorship was perhaps just about 9 or 10 years later in 2010. So I can't say that I experienced the delays. And I will be the first to admit that I sought no university position, as I was the father of a young family, and I was charged with the responsibility of picking up and dropping children to school and all those things. Plus, I had a full load of 5 courses, teaching on average about 400 students per year, and then writing. So I really, in no way, sought to contribute to administration in the University of the West Indies. And I'll be blunt and say that because my focus was, in fact, as an academic. At that point, what I sought was to become a professor, because I saw that as the highest position for an academic. My desire for deanship and headship simply was not there. And that's basically how it worked out. Looked after children, research, published, applied for professorship, got professorship. A simple process as that. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that, Professor Ramlogan. And just hearing the introductions solidifies the point that Paula made at the start, where she said that each person's pathway is different. And clearly from this introduction, you're hearing that there's 3 different paths that were taken. And so I'm hearing Rajendra when he says that he understood that professorship was, you know, the ultimate sort of goal for an academic. And so he pursued that path from his joining the university. But Paul, I want to come back to you and ask, at what point did you desire to become a professor? Because your path seems to be a little different to the others. You're muted. Just.
Yes. Okay, my desire is a broader desire than that, and my desire is to fulfill all the potential that have been given. So becoming a professor was the next step, because I was a lecturer, and then, but for many years I was working part-time. I knocked around the university, and I'm saying this to encourage, because some of the younger people or some of the grad students may be in this phase, you know, where you are everybody's tutor. And then I became the person that anybody who didn't want to teach a course and they dropped a course, well, Paula is there, bam, she'll teach it, you know. So I went through that because I was working part-time. I was a young mother. I had 3 children. I had expenses and commitments, and I had to do what I had to do. So I'd slot in a year for somebody and slot in a year and so on. So until it came to the point, I'm just saying this for people because I know many young academics are in this season. It came to the point where I said, you know, my love affair, for me, it was a love affair with literature. I said, if this was a man, I'd have left him long since. I just being honest, that's what I said. I said, this is a bad love affair. It's not working out. I'm not making progress, you know. I said, if this was a man, I'd have left him long since. And I actually left the university and the teaching of literature. I got a job in distance education, and then I became a distance education. I got a consultancy under one of the Lome 4 contracts, and I went to Barbados as a Lome 4 consultant in curriculum development. And one of the things I'm saying too by saying this is that if we can learn, and therefore you should be open to learning all kinds of things. And one of the things that I have learned is that I can apply my mind, I can acquire skills, and I can do all sorts of things. So I became a Lome 4 consultant, and it was at that point, you know, I heard about people sitting in classrooms with nobody to teach them, because all of a sudden the person that was always there, and you could always sling a course or sling a year position. I heard that there were people sitting in classrooms, there was nobody to teach them, and it became quite a crisis. And all of a sudden the department decided, we don't only need one post, we need 2 new posts. And I got one of those positions. So for me, coming to the professorship was just, well, what is the next step? You know, and I always am the kind of person, I live in my present very fully, but I also live in the future. I'm 1 year short of retirement. I'm making huge family investments in my grandchildren. I'm doing, you know, kinds of work that came out of my study, because I have gone, in a sense, I have gone to the next step. So the professorship for me was the next step. And in a sense, I'm very busy closing that door, because there's a step out there for me to move into.
Okay. So I'm hearing from the 3 of you that clearly the professorship is seen as a step, and it's okay. You've completed, you've been a lecturer, you move on to senior lecturer, and then of course the next step, ultimate step, of course, is professorship. And so I'd like if you can share on, tell us about that academic journey as transitioning from lecturer to senior lecturer to professorship, in terms of what is it that what was the driving force during that time to move from step to step, and you know what worked in your favor, you know, what were some of the issues that you experienced during that transitioning phase from one step to the next? So Paul, as you have your mic open, perhaps you can start, and then Hamid, you can jump.
What was the okay, let us talk about what was the driving force. My driving force is a sense that if you have a capability or capacity, you need to bring it to fruition. I am one, you don't leave bits and pieces behind, you don't, and that has been applied to every aspect of my life. I'm an avid gardener, so I'm serious about gardening, I'm serious about stuff, whatever it is. So academic life, the same, serious about. What were some of the strategies I used? Well, I was a mother of 3 children and a wife. And one of the things that I didn't have time, you know, like to dedicate huge chunks of time to research. And I love conferences because I like to align. I like people. I like the social facet of it. So what I would do is that I would do several conferences a year. And there were times when I committed papers when I hadn't even begun the research. But because I'm going to be shamed, by the time the conference came around, I would have a paper written. And every paper that I wrote was a subset of something that could fall into a book, or a subset of a larger research agenda. So in a sense, I pushed myself in the absence of time and a clear trajectory by making commitments, fulfilling those commitments. And when those commitments were fulfilled, I found myself on a particular research path. For me too, my research path has always been rooted in real life, because I do not have to put this, I want to put it negatively, and it would be better to put it positively, but I do not have a deep respect for research that is esoteric. I'm concerned with real life applications, and this is what I did. But let me have somebody else, and then maybe later some more.
All right, Rajendra or Hamid, Anyone want to jump in at this point?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Ren.
Oh. You know, the thing about me is that I never thought about the academic world. I went into practice. And then after about 5 years, I got a scholarship to NYU and discovered a love for research and writing. So during my master's, I actually had 2 major publications. Then I started my PhD at Cambridge. And at the end of that, I actually, while being a PhD student, I published 3 major articles out of my research. And Cambridge is a place that really encourages you to publish while you're actually pursuing your studies. So with that love of research and academic, I came back to Trinidad. And the first thing, the dean at that time was Patrick Watson. And he said to me, Rajendra, you are Cambridge. We expect you to publish. And you know, you always hear the notion that it's publish or perish. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, to me, it was very simple. And then I learned quite quickly how the university functions. And this is my blunt opinion on how the university functions. And I always say people must never invite me on these panels because I normally give my blunt opinion on things. I'm too old to do otherwise. When I applied in 2001, I was appointed as a lecturer. I had been in practice for maybe about 14 years. I already had like about 6 major publications, and I was appointed as a lecturer. And I asked the question, why not a senior lecturer? Because I looked at the blue book and I felt I had qualified. So I was told, no, Rajendra, you don't have teaching experience, and was given that story. Subsequently, I saw people being appointed senior lecturers directly coming from outside with no publications, no teaching experience. So then I understood easily what the game was. So I said, okay, I really didn't care for senior lecturer. In a gratuitous move, the university said, you know what, Rajendra, okay, we can't make you senior lecturer, but we'll put you above the merit bar. That wasn't really that important either. So the simple thing I then asked, what does it take to become a professor? I looked at the book and my journey just went along that. I have seen during my time in university, I'm not sure I can tell anyone where that bar is to become a professor, because quite frankly, there are instances where I am perplexed. I'll say, but the blue book is clear. As in my case, I thought it was clear. I applied and I was told by a very senior person in the university, Rajendra, are you not applying too quickly? You know, maybe you should just, you know, take your time about it. And you have too many books. So I had about 6 books at that time. First time I heard that you could have too many books. I said, okay. I was then asked if I wished to withdraw my application and go back with it later. I said no. And my intention was to resign from the university if I was not awarded professorship. End of story. I was playing by the rules. I read your rule book. I knew what was required. I desired no friends to help me, but the power of my research. End of story. If it didn't happen, I was leaving. Fortunately, the system worked. And I'm grateful that our system still depends on foreign input in terms of assessment of your work, because it takes away the element of subjectivity that I think could become apparent if it's left totally to our local system. But that's my journey. Not jaded, very happy. It worked for me. In spite of my skepticism, I got the reward for what I set out to do. So I really have no complaint at the end of it. Yeah.
Okay. Good. Yes, Hamid.
Thank you. Thank you, Dean. Yes, well, in my case, I have always had a curiosity and fascination with the area that I'm in. I'm a professor of constitutional affairs and parliamentary studies. And ever since I was a teenager, I was very much involved in following parliamentary activities and constitutional activities and so on. Because at the time of, in my my teen years, Trinidad and Tobago was going through a process of changing its constitution and becoming a republic and so on. So these were things that certainly attracted my attention. And I remained very interested in this field of study. And I always had a curiosity about it. And a lot of my research is curiosity driven, to the extent that, you know, all kinds of arcane little articles or newspaper cuttings or whatever. At one time I used to be cutting out things from the newspapers and pasting them into a book. And one of these art type books that you could paste on pages and keep going. And I had quite a few of those. And I continued to have this interest and curiosity to the point that, you know, when I went abroad to study, it was in politics. And then I went to London School of Economics and Political Science, and I did my PhD there in constitutional law and government, and got my PhD there. Used to be around a lot of lecturers who were high flyers in the UK political and constitutional system. And it just continued to grow and grow and grow. And during those years, I was quite close with Sir Ellis Clark, and I used to go and sit with him many evenings, and we'd have sit and chat and have some sherry together and talk about a lot of constitutional things. And my curiosity kept building and building and building. And then I started getting into declassified files, and I would go and spend a lot of my study and travel grant time and summers in the UK, going through a lot of declassified files and making copies of declassified files and building a lot of my writings around a kind of understanding the mysteries of a lot of constitutional niceties and things that had gone on, and also developing my own mind with regard to constitutional affairs and parliamentary studies. So that really and truly, I remember that Dean Errol Sims used to always tell me, he says, you know, one of the things is that you really want to develop yourself to become an expert in your field and be regarded as an expert in your field. And it was one of his credos. And he was a man for whom I had a lot of time and for whom I have great respect. And the thing is that, and I always keep my research handy. I mean, it's all piled up in various places, but I know where to find what I'm looking for. I mean, it may seem as though you're going through a maze of madness with documents and old files and dusty stuff, but if I want to look for something, I know I can find it. But every research trip that I took was always gathering a treasure trove of material that I still have to this day, and I have continued to utilize it. You know, after I got my PhD, I was continuing to build. I mean, the PhD is like, you know, you just got that. You're really going to build on that now when you come out of university and get into academia. And I had a desire to get into academia. And one of the things also about the university system, if now that, you know, we are being blunt about things, one has to navigate the politics around things like professorship and senior lecturer. And I mean, I've represented a number of staff members in cases where they have had issues with university, with heads of department and various other persons. And in an attempt to restore faith in the system, because, you know, there are persons who do a lot of work, very hard work, and sometimes the system may not necessarily treat them the way that they ought to have been treated. And one has to be mindful of the fact that, you know, these are people's lives and they're people's careers and so on. And I devoted myself to learning from my own experiences as a dean and a head, to assisting others in representing them on Ordinance 8 subcommittees and resisting the attempts of others who may want to push back people's careers. And if you disagree with them, you write a minority report and you don't go along with what the others want to say, because there is always something that, you know, you can disagree on. And navigating the politics is an important part, and staff members must understand that you get a negative review, it's not the end of the world. Don't fall down and think, oh my God, it's all over. Sometimes the negative review may have some merit in it, and sometimes there may be some malice in it. But always search for the merit in it and see if what they're saying, and be brutally honest with yourself. Is what they are saying really true, and is it something that I need to look at? And if there is an element of malice in it, that will be exposed, because the university does have a system that works. And there is a system of review in Ordinance 8 that university lecturers can access if they are aggrieved by a recommendation of a head of department. And you can fight a head of department who is, not necessarily in your corner, and the power structure that may support all of that. And the thing is that, if any member of staff is to choose a representative to go in to make their case, make sure you're going to choose somebody who can stand up to the system and push back against the chairman and push back against the head's representative, and separate yourself from them if you need to, because the system is one that has fairness built into it at the end of the line. Along the way, you take a lot of knocks, but at the end of the line, you will get justice. And but you have to keep fighting. You must never surrender. So what I'm saying, upshot of what I'm saying is, in navigating the politics, negative reviews sometimes include things that you may want to give credence to, and take it seriously. And there may be other things that are a little fluffy and you could get past, and the goalpost is not the same. So I'm just saying that in my experiences, you have to be able to navigate the politics. You have to have a curiosity. It must be like a virtual piranha for knowledge. There's nothing that's going to pass you by that you don't want to see. And at the end of the day, it is this university that has made the careers of a lot of people. And the heads of department change, and deans change, and principals change, and vice chancellors change. All kinds of things happen. And at the end of the day, there is a process, and it does work. Thank you.
Yeah, if I may come in there, I agree with Hamid that the system can sometimes block you or try to stymie you, but that you cannot take regard of that. I think our society has been through a lot of tumultuous seasons, and we cannot be a people that fold at the first sign of opposition. We have to be bold, and very often we have to buck the system. And I have found that if you buck the system, and if you are right, it comes through for you. Just today I had a major victory in terms of bucking the system for one of my students, and it turned out so dramatically, in such a manifest and overt way, that my stance was appropriate, even though it looked a little strange, and I was doing this as a supervisor and as a head of department. So I'm agreeing that you have to be bold to buck the system, and you have to understand that somehow, we still haven't gotten over we call it the crab and barrel syndrome. Do not assume that the people around you necessarily want you to rise. There'll be those who will want you to rise. They will cheer you on. They will support you. They will encourage you. We have that facet of it. And then we have other people that would rather squish you. And if you don't have the conviction and the boldness to say no, exactly as he said, there may be some merit in what you're saying, but on the other hand, there's a pathway out of this. So I want to encourage everybody to be bold, and to not take the negativity as some kind of sentence written against you from which you will never recover. The other thing that I think is that we should be generous, because I have found that I had a supervisor who was profligate in his generosity towards me. And he taught me what kind of senior academic to be. And that is, and I'll always call his name Professor Gordon Roller. What Professor Roller taught me set a template. It laid out a pathway for me to step in. And that generosity towards others, younger members of staff, you know, because his system would throw a young member of staff into a pickle. I remember somebody being called and said, you have to teach this course next week. And the person looked completely flummoxed, you know. So I would say, here what? I taught the course before. These are all of my lectures. It's not that you cannot prepare your own lectures, but you're in a jam. Here, take them, do what you want with them. And I have found that that kind of generosity to staff members and to students, it pays off, because I work on the principle that that in terms of intellectual knowledge, there is no scarcity. And if I give, I will always be topped up. So I want to encourage, one, you buck the system. You do not allow the people who are closed and to stymie you or to cut you off, and operate with a generosity, with the understanding that whatever, even if you give and it appears as though somehow you're disadvantaged by that giving, that you will be topped up. So those are strategies that I have used to proceed in the milieu.
I like that, in the milieu.
Can I add something there?
Sure, and then we will take a round of questions.
Just one thing, an observation in what Paula said. Well, let me make two comments first. Paula, you know, I don't think you would remember me, but I was actually a young member of the church in St. Augustine.
Okay.
With the time of Francis Warner and your husband, and yourself, way back then as a student. And it was a place of great inspiration to me. The second thing I would do is to agree 100% with you, because before my journey started in law, my journey was in English literature. And I remain a closet poet. But Gordon Roller was truly an inspiration.
Oh, amazing.
And a totally amazing human being. Totally. But so let me make what I was really going to say this to that I agree with you on being bold. But I would say this too, let me add to being bold. Be bold, knowing that there's a basis for you being bold.
Yeah.
Have that foundation so that you could present yourself, that when you are bold, there is substance behind your bold. And that is critical. This society is filled with too many bold people lacking in substance, bold in mouth, but not in action. So on this journey, you be bold, you buck the system, but you buck it from a point of strength, from your academic caliber and your publication record, your research interest. That is how you do it. Thank you.
Right, thank you for that, Rajendra. And I think that takes us nicely into the questions that we have in the chat now, because you're saying that your boldness should come from a place of your academic foundation, if you like. And so I'll take the question from the first question we have is, can you share what strategies you use to make you more productive in writing and publishing?
Well, if I could respond to that. I think one has to match your research agenda against perhaps academic journals that are going to be publishing in your field of study, in your area of study. So in my case, I did a lot of publishing in the Journal of Legislative Studies, because that particular journal is a journal that publishes in an area that matched my area of research of constitutional affairs and parliamentary studies. So that in that sense, it was a mapping of a journal with your research agenda. Another thing is to search for conferences that are in many respects aligned with your research agenda. Sometimes you may go to these very large conferences and you can get lost, like American Political Science Association. You go to that conference, about 4,000 or 5,000 people, and it's in several hotels, and in the days when you could have face-to-face and so on. And for me, the value of that was, yes, you may have a couple of sessions on the agenda that are interesting to you, and you go to some of these sessions. But the exhibit hall and the hall with all the publishers in those days before and I'm talking about before everything became so electronic, you certainly would get in touch with publishers. You could sit down and discuss book ideas with editors who are on site, and you can also get sample books. They had a lot of samples they give away to the latest published stuff in your field. And in that way, you were keeping abreast of things. So a conference like that, one of these big conferences, I mean, in some of the other disciplines, you'd have a big conference that would equate with it. And then you would have the more boutique type conferences that are very specialized in your area, would have a smaller number of persons who would be also in your area, and you build networks. So what would happen is that you would have the macro type conference with all the exhibit hall and the editors and the publishers and all these panels, and you pick and choose which one you want to go to, and it's interesting. And then you have the boutique type or the more specialized type of conferences or workshops and seminars where you would go and you would be rubbing shoulders with people who are interested in things that you are interested in. And if it's a Commonwealth type event, well, you meet people from other parts of the Commonwealth and you have something that is in common with you. Or if it is disciplinary driven in your specialized area, you will be meeting people in that specialized area. So you have that. And then in the context of the Caribbean, you have like the Caribbean Studies Association would have an annual conference. You have SELICES that has an annual conference that rotates around the region. And those are two examples of conferences that you can tap into. Oftentimes people would say, well, these big international journals, they're not really interested in what we have to say in the Caribbean. And I would say no, because what I would do, I would turn it around. And so if you're writing on something, you're not going to talk, let's say, about the appointment of a prime minister in Trinidad and Tobago in a hung parliament, but rather hung parliaments and the appointments of prime ministers in the Commonwealth, the case of Trinidad and Tobago. So you could actually turn the whole thing around, because you're then writing for an audience who understands parliamentary systems and parliamentary techniques, and you deal with the theoretical aspect that everyone can relate to, and then you go to the case study approach. So I would do a lot of that. So for example, one of my articles was on the crisis with the speaker in Trinidad and Tobago in 1995. So I didn't make it about the removal of the speaker in Trinidad and Tobago. I made it about the removal of speakers in the Commonwealth, and had Trinidad and Tobago as a case study. And it got published in the Journal of Legislative Studies. So it can work in that kind of way, and you just need to calibrate your research and your articles. I know that there is a stream of thought in academia that says, journal articles rather than books. And there is that. I never quite bought into that argument because it was both books and journal articles. And there is an issue that has arisen more recently about encyclopedia entries and so on. And, but all of this is contributing to knowledge. And while it may, if you think that you're going to publish only because you're doing this because it's going to count towards some kind of assessment and promotion, bear in mind that an encyclopedia entry can spawn some ideas that you could turn into something much bigger later on. And also bear in mind that, every little seminar and workshop or something that may appear to be maybe not all that important, you might just sit in for about an hour or so in one of these events, and you may actually hear something or see something that gets your mind going. down a different track from what the event was about, and you come away with an idea. And it is the sparking of ideas really that helps you. So I would say that you have to be, in many respects, a piranha for knowledge. And you're going to spend time in some of these things because you really want, you're curiosity driven. But if you're doing it because you're only doing it to calibrate yourself for promotion and so on, that's the wrong impetus. It's better to have the curiosity first and you deal with the accolades afterwards. Thank you.
If I may.
Yes, Rajendra.
But I think that the point about encyclopedias on Hamid is getting into a controversial area. I'm not sure about the accolades and the piranha for knowledge. I think it goes hand in hand. I mean, at the end of the day, I believe, Rajendra Amrogan, believe that you need to understand, as in any profession, I think, what is required for you to reach where you want to reach and do what is necessary. And it may be that you become a little bit focused and perhaps cynical in your approach, but we are all different and we all journey differently on that. But I would look at some of the questions, if I may, because they're very interesting. Perhaps the only thing I agreed with what Hamid said was being a piranha for knowledge. And once you read widely, you find the material because you find things that you are interested in, and then you want to contribute to what you're interested in. I'll give you a simple example. When our late Prime Minister, Mr. Robinson, pioneered this major contribution to the establishment of the ICC, the International Criminal Court. And here it is, the Prime Minister from Trinidad and Tobago was at the forefront of that. And I read some of his speeches on it, and I decided my field is environmental law. Why don't we have international crimes becoming part of the jurisdiction of the ICC? And I went off and wrote a major paper on international crimes in terms of international environmental crimes that was published by Temple University. Again, I had no interest in international environmental crimes before. So you get your inspiration, I would agree with Hamid on that point, from reading widely, having being a piranha for knowledge. I think it's a good way of saying it. And from that, you will find things that interest you. Out of the many things in that water, there were things that the piranha will find that it won't bite at. The other thing that, for me, I felt, or I found it, part of my publication, I think that it is difficult to publish in terms of local materials alone. And one of the strategies that researchers have to find to get published in the top journals is to find a way to take your material out of Trinidad and Tobago into a wider context. You get greater international appeal. There's only so much you can write about Trinidad and Tobago that will interest the international community for you to get into a reputable journal. When Hamid mentioned, for example, the issue with the speaker, he placed it in a wider context. So what you do is that you use the case study out of Trinidad and you put it into a wider context now as an example of what takes place in the overall constitutional context perhaps of the Commonwealth. In that case, it becomes an easier paper to get published. And I have found, especially in law, that there's greater interest when, so for example, I wrote this, what I consider a really good paper on the environmental laws of Trinidad and Tobago. I tried to get it published. I'm getting rejected by all the law reviews. I then decided to do a comparison of the environmental laws of Trinidad and Tobago and Cuba. And immediately University of Miami picked it up. Because again, there was that interest in Cuba. And I sold this as a comparison of a socialist, Spanish-speaking, civil law country with a common law, English-speaking country. And that seemed to have attracted more attention than just looking at Trinidad and Tobago alone. So it's a strategy. And in this period, believe you me, researchers, the access you have now to internet facilities is not what we had back then. So you could write these types of comparative papers easily without even leaving the shores of Trinidad and Tobago. I actually went to Cuba and spent 4 months at the University of Havana, but you can do it now. It's there and it could be done. So I would say go broad, think wide, and that may be a useful strategy in trying to get published. In terms of books, someone asked about getting to the first publication. Publishing books, there's the easy, hard, and extra hard way. The easy way is self-publishing, right? And there is self-publishing. It's not that your work is lacking in content, but so for example, I did a book on environmental laws of Trinidad and Tobago. There's really no interest in the development of environmental laws in Trinidad and Tobago for a book, so that was self-published. And actually, it's a book that sold very well because there was a need for that knowledge, but it was not picked up by the international publishers, so it was self-published. But you then have what I call the middle ones. We are fortunate sometimes there's certain international presses, like for example, Routledge Cavendish, they carry a lot of Caribbean work. So you need to focus. If you're doing Caribbean research, there are certain international presses that in fact will look at Caribbean work. In the area of law, there's a Caribbean law series that is put on by Routledge Cavendish, and I had 2 books published in that series. So you take advantage of, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think Routledge, Hamid might be able to add on this, but I think Wiley's and Routledge do some publication on the Caribbean. And finally, in terms of publication, you have to, I wrote a book once. I wrote a book called Sustainable, a judicial definition of sustainable development. And I thought this was really a wonderful book. I thought this was a book that would get me my professorship. It was so wonderful, in my opinion. And I sent it out to 5 publishers. I had the temerity to send it to a publisher, Martinus Nijhoff, which is considered the #1 publisher in international law. It was accepted by a fairly mediocre publisher, and it was rejected by the others. And I wrote Martinus Nijhoff, this was about January, and I said, could you tell me why this was rejected? And they sent back a note with 15 pages of defects and indicated that, Rajendra, we publish books when we get them ranked 1 to 5. We may publish a 2. Your book was a 5. Now, that's a really harsh message to get. So I sat and I wrote them back and I said, listen to me. You have given me 15 pages of criticism. Can I fix it? Can I resubmit? They said, sure. 4 months later, I submitted it again. I got a 4 and 8 pages of criticism. I thought I'd fix it. 3 months later, I submitted it again. I got a 3. And at this point, this very decent publisher in the United States was like, Rajendra, you keep delaying accepting this contract. A bird in hand, eh? And I said, I wrote them and said, look, I am not satisfied with the product. I'm making changes to it. But really and truly, I'm buying time to see if Martinus Nijhoff will accept the book. I'm being blunt. So finally, after almost 1 year, Martinus Nijhoff accepted the book, gave it a 2. And they indicated that I needed to add 1 case study of a judgment that was coming out in the ICJ within the next 3 months. So now I have to wait a further 3 months to get that judgment and include it in the book. I asked them, are you committing to publish this if I add that judgment? And the answer was yes. I then wrote the other publisher and withdraw my book. So, sometimes it's an arduous and tortuous journey sometimes. That is reality. You need to face criticism. You will get some brutal criticism sometimes when you are writing. And that is just the reality of it. So one thing I can share, do not be discouraged if your books are rejected. Ask for the comments, look at the 15 pages, take a few days off, take a deep breath and tell yourself you can do it. Yes. And be bold and go back at it, okay? And the rewards would be there. I've always said that I felt that And I'll say this, that book, I think I was told recently by the librarian, it is lodged in over 1,000 libraries around the world. And I think that is indeed, quite frankly, it is quite an impressive record. And I'll just make one more comment now about teaching and service, because I'm actually going through the questions a little bit, right? Darren, yes, my service was really in the area of the environment. In 2001, I aligned myself with Fishermen and Friends of the Sea, and I provided pro bono services for almost 20 years. I did 26 cases on the environment in Trinidad and Tobago. I successfully argued the stopping of the smelter. I even paid my own way to the Privy Council to fight a case on behalf of Fishermen and Friends of the Sea, which we lost. Out of that 26 cases, I actually lost 23. But the environment is not an easy battle, and we are now seeing more and more victories. In the last 4 cases, we have actually won 3 out of the last 4. So there's also a change taking place. So yes, I would be the first to say that perhaps in some ways I did not take administrative positions at the university, but I think we do need to do service to the community. We need to be a good UB citizen. We need to provide that leadership. I am very proud that I don't teach environmental law at the University of the West Indies, but when I was asked for my title as a professor, I said, Professor Commercial and Environmental Law, although I don't teach it at the University of the West Indies. That's the regard that I have for the environment, and I think the service that I did for the university on behalf of the university in that area. And in saying so, there are other ways you can serve the university other than as an administrator. We can serve as supervisors, mentors, and we can assist in development of programs. At Kulano, I assisted with the PhD program, and someone that you can call at times and say, Rajendra, yes, you're on sabbatical, but can you do this? And I'm not sure I ever told her no. But then that's my little take on some of the questions that were there.
All right, Paula, let me give you an opportunity to share on your strategies.
Okay, Justice, I agree with the contribution of both. And I agree with this issue that we are a small country and our issues may seem minuscule. However, I'm a professor of West Indian literature and culture. So I have a different take that may be helpful to some, that we are a unique people with a tumultuous history. But our history is really the history of how the worlds meet and how people groups from all over the world came together in a small place to build a viable civilization. I believe too that our modes of being and knowing, our epistemologies and our ontologies are also fascinating, and that they have a lesson to give to the broader world in issues, say, like race relations, in all kinds of ways that we are a microcosm and a lesson. And therefore, I believe that our worlds are worthy of precise and detailed attention and analysis. Having said that, I value what has been said. There is a way to put our reality within the broadest possible frame so as to draw attention to it. Because I proceed with the assumption that we are a kind of experiment, a social experiment, and an experiment that needs to be held up in relation to a broader world. And I understand the need to use the comparative and but there is also, for me, from my particular vantage point and my particular field of study, and also from what the mandate that the university has been created for, I see a real need for an attention to the Caribbean. So what Hamid said and what Rajendra said, put it in comparison, use it as case studies, but never should we underrate or undervalue what this social experiment has produced and what it can teach us and what it can teach to others on the outside. So that is on that matter. In terms of mentoring, I have always very deliberately placed myself in mentorship relationships. I've always been connected to mentors who are ahead of me, and I always have relationships with people who are in need of mentoring. And I think if you look carefully at the job description for professors, that mentorship is a very important part of the job description of the professors. Professors are assigned that responsibility to mentor and encourage those who are coming up in the system. And I think that that is very important, that in-between phase. I also see it as a relay. We've had some unfortunate situations of senior members of staff who should know better, savaging young scholars. I mean, just eating them up like if, well, you know, I'm hungry and I need a dinner. So let me eat up this bright young scholar and let me eat up the other one. And that is really, it's atrocious, it's heinous, and it's something that we have to stop, because we cannot ever see ourselves as so bright, so big. There is no room for anybody else. We have to see ourselves as being in a relay. We have to be taking the baton from somebody and handing it off. And we have to find a way to rejoice when student pass teacher. If you're producing PhDs, as we are, our PhDs are going to surpass us in their particular field of knowledge. And our job is to prepare them to be better than us. So I have a very strong notion, not only that I should be constantly asking, and even now as a professor, I call my retired professors and I say to them, listen, you know, I call Bridget Burton, I call Barbara Lala, I call Gordon Roller. I say, listen, there's a situation here. What you think? I continue to be mentored by them, even though they're out of the system. And I work with my scholars saying, listen, I can launch you from my shoulders. But you know why I can launch you from my shoulders? Because you're supposed to go further than me. You're supposed eventually to outstrip me. And my job is to prepare you to do that. And that is why it is important. So I'm kind of coming down to my last point. Don't make this university your life. A lot of people are so enmeshed in the university and they are so not whole. You know, some academics, their heads are huge, big head, something, their heart's underdeveloped, something wrong. They don't have their emotions, the visceral response, the affective response. It's stunted, it hang, it cripple. So I believe that it is very important as we walk this journey to be whole, to be complete, to be emotional and spiritual and every other kind of being, and not just be people with huge heads and who are underdeveloped in the other areas. And if we do that, then there's a life after UE, you know, so you don't have to be the biggest, the best ever. No, you could just be normal, just do your work in this season and then plan a good way to get off the stage and leave it to the people that you have mentored. Because that thing of the university or the eating its young, eating its future, it's an ugly thing. And it is never going to work. It is never going to work for the continuity of the institution and for the development of the disciplines. So I kind of give a little summary there. Thank you.
Yes. Thanks, Paula. I want to jump off that point about, and I'm kind of relating it to Leslie's question in the chat here and something you mentioned earlier, that becoming a professor, the expectation is that you are an expert in something, you know, that you become known in some field. And so she asked the question, what's the process for that? Is it that you are, when you become a professor, are you asked what title you want your professorship to be in, or how does it work?
Yes, we are asked.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And everybody selects, and then that is approved.
Yep.
Or it is disapproved, but everybody selects their title. And of course, the selection, as Rajendra said, has to be backed up by your resume. You know?
Yes. And then we have, let me see, what's the other question we had here? Right, so Charlene has a question about when you get rejections from whether it be book publishers or journal article or journal publishers. Rajendra indicated that he decided that he will continue going with that particular book publisher, and she indicated that in some cases she has been told, don't bother to go back to the same publisher, just go to another one and keep going until you get it accepted. Any thoughts on if one approach is better than the other, or
Yes, what I have seen from my own experience is that if you may get a rejection, and that's part of the normal process, a journal will send back and say, it's not that your work is not of a particular standard. Sometimes, you know, what you are writing, the angle you're taking may not fit into what they want to publish, or what they may be looking for, what the editor is looking for. You go to another journal, you may get a completely different response. You may come back and say, okay, the reviewers say well, first of all, when you submit, you know, there's an editor who will look at this and decide if it goes forward or not. So what may happen is that the editor may send back to you right away and say, no, we're not interested. You could fall down at that point and give up and say that's the end of it, or you could say, okay, you thank them very politely. Don't ever engage in rancor stuff, because there's a network of people that get to know who these folks are. Always be courteous in you know, when you have to withdraw or decline or accept a rejection, and go off to someone else. You may feel that, you know, it maybe didn't suit what they were looking for, and you try another journal. Taylor and Francis has one of these tools where you can put in your abstract, and it throws back at you what journals might suit what that abstract is saying. And that's a recent tool that I've seen from Taylor and Francis. So it's something that can work. And there are lots and lots and lots of journals out there. Someone asked earlier about whether you have a sort of targets that you set. Well, one of the things that I would urge young academics is make sure every year to do your annual appraisal with your head of department. Because when you do the annual appraisal, what happens is that you are able to set your targets. So you reflect on the appraisal before you go to talk to your head of department. Don't view it that, you know, oh, I have to just go through this and just go through the motions. Use it as a developmental tool. It is valuable, and it can help you to be able to map out your coming year in terms of your teaching, your publication, your research, and whatever. And set some goals for yourselves. I mean, sometimes you may want to write down at the start of the academic year, I have this paper, I have that paper, I want to work on getting it to go to journals. The journal write sometimes. Sometimes you could submit a paper to a journal, and in 6 months, it's completed, accepted, and published. Other times it could take up to 2 years or whatever, going back and forth and so on. Or you may get a rejection, you go off to another journal. Academic papers at conferences. Keep a healthy retinue of conference papers going all the time, because that's the source of your material to be able to send for journals and so on. And sometimes you may want to hold on to a couple papers, which, based on how you calibrate them, may then be the essence of a book. Nowadays, publishers are not into writing a tome of 500 and 600 and 700 pages. A lot of publishers are going for the 200-page, 150-page type book if you're going that route. So think carefully about it. There are all of these engines for review of journals to upload and get feedback and what have you. It's a constant thing, so that really and truly every week you should put aside some dedicated time just to focus on your research work. Sometimes you can get so frazzled with all the teaching that you have to do and so on that you may lose sight of the dedicated time you need to have for the research. So if you start from having some blocked off time every week where you're going to devote, and be disciplined about it, because this can get away from you. You know, the year is over And what happens at the end of the process is that you've lost all the time. So I would say, yes, mentorship is great. Someone asked about mentors. My PhD supervisor remained my mentor for a long time. Long after I had graduated my PhD, I maintained contact with him, and he was a man publishing in various things, but we had a common interest in the area that he had supervised. And I agree with Paula, don't let the university become your whole life and you don't have a social life and you don't have another aspect to your life. You've got to be able to balance things and have a balanced scorecard. In terms of, I know that's an HR term, but I'm using it deliberately in the context of how you map out your life and create time for yourself, because it's important. Otherwise, the university becomes your identity. And that is a real personality crisis. And I've seen it in others. And I know what she's talking about. Thank you.
There's a point on the rejections.
Yes.
Okay, so when you, especially in law, some journals will tell you, okay, so my first step is that I would look at the journals that I'm going to target. And like Hamid says, there's some journals, will not publish what you are writing. And there's some journals that specialize in what you are writing. So for example, if you're doing an environmental law article, the University of Vermont is the #1 law school in America for environmental law. So although it's not Harvard, if you are published in the Vermont Law Review, that is considered in the environmental field as the equivalent of Harvard. So you need to target carefully the journals you are going to apply to. You also need to remember that some journals will require that you do not submit to multiple journals. So that is something that you have to bear in mind, that you're not allowed, in some journals will tell you, you cannot submit to multiple journals. So you're kind of taking a risk there of being delayed. But I have found, from my experience, is that most of the journals and the publishers, they will give you and share with you detailed reasons for rejecting your manuscript. That has been my experience. And at that point, you have a decision to make. You look at the comments and you decide if you think it's worth fixing it and spending that extra time. The one danger, I think, is that you may decide, I don't want to do this extra work, and you decide to try someone else, and that someone else may not be as good as the one that rejected you. So you need to be careful about that. Don't run away from it. It's important that you look at the criticism. And as I say, I've found that most editors will tell you exactly what they feel is wrong with your paper or with your manuscript. And they're the problem. If you can take the easy way out, in my opinion, and say, you know what, I disagree with you and I'm going elsewhere. Or you may look at it and say, maybe this makes sense. I could make this better. And the comments, because remember, let's not also be arrogant, as Paula mentioned. When we submit to these people, some of these people are experts in the area way before your editors are the people who, I mean, I know, for example, I think Hamid might be an editor on some of the encyclopedias and so on. You are put there because of your expertise. And therefore, as a young academic, when you get that type of comment, it's coming from people who are experts in your area. So, I don't think it's easy. You have to be really very confident that these people know less than you know, and that your work is very good, so I'm not bothering and I'm going somewhere else. I think you should be careful. If you find yourself in a situation like that, you should perhaps find someone else and just ask them to look at the comments and look at what you wrote. And that's another thing I'll tell you. I have found in my area that total strangers are willing to look at your work. I had a professor, David Freestone, who at the time he was at Newcastle, I think, and then he went to World Bank to head their International Environmental Law Unit. I actually sent my manuscript to David Freestone, and he gave me a free review of that manuscript. So there are people out there in your field that are generous with their time and will certainly assist you. Do not be afraid. That's just my view.
Yes, be bold. Yes, so colleagues, we are coming up to the end time for this session. But on this call, we do have quite a number of young academics who are just starting their journey. And then we have a number of academics who are sort of at the midway point. So I'd like to ask if you have any closing words of advice for academics at the different points in their journey. And I'll take that as your closing remarks as well.
I will repeat the words. I'm sorry, but I repeat the words of Professor Patrick Watson. Publish or perish. I'm finished.
Thank you for that, Rajendra.
I would say that publish or perish indeed, because unless you publish, you do not get an opportunity for a professorship in this institution. Sometimes it is a pity, but it remains that way. So indeed, you have to publish. But I say, follow your passion, follow your conviction, and be led by something bigger. Sometimes the imperatives of institutions that look so big could warp you almost, could not be, they're not the sum total of life. So if there's a way that you can combine something that you're passionate about, something that you believe in, and something that is going to shape the development of the entirety of who and what you are, and at the same time accomplish the goals of the university, do that. But if you can't, do not let an institution warp you. There are people who are warped by the imperative of institutions. And sometimes you have to do what I did at a point and say, listen, I do not want what this university can give to me at all cost. I'm not doing that. So I am making a plug. You're not going to become a professor unless you publish. I am making a plug for your success in every facet of your being, and hopefully it also means success on the professorial pursuit.
In my closing remarks, I would just want to urge younger colleagues to make sure that you have worked out in your mind very clearly what your research agenda is, and try to ensure that you are going to pursue research that you want to publish, and you have a clearly defined agenda. Publication must always be in the back of your mind. Think of the strategy you want to use for publishing. Publishing is not something you just go and fish around for a few journals here and there. Spend some time trying to figure out what are the journals in your field, internationally, regionally, and work out. Don't necessarily buy into the propaganda that publishing in the region is undervaluing yourself and so on. You can have a mix. You can publish regionally and you can publish internationally. And also try to keep yourself pretty well balanced in terms of your personality. Don't let the university become your life. Make sure you have a life outside the university and that you can blend the two. But always bear in mind that the more successful you become, there is something called academic jealousy. It's inevitable, it happens. Others are watching you publishing and someone else is not. Do not be distracted. Do not be distracted. Do your work. And above all else, don't interfere in what others are trying to do. I know that, you know, it's something that it may seem a bit trite, but in academia, you know, you have a lot of overlaps between ego and personality and various other things. Try to stay humble, stay grounded, and you just focus on your work. Focus on your work, and don't lose sight of what you want to accomplish academically, and do not let every rejection be that the world has ended for you. Sometimes the world is just beginning when you get it. So good luck to the younger ones who are now getting into their careers. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm noting here in the chat a common word. Thank you for your insights. And I think that is a most appropriate word in this context, because a lot of times, you we don't have the opportunity to hear from those who have already traversed the path, and just to get, sometimes you just want some tips, some guidance, and so the insight is very much appreciated. And so thank you to Professor Morgan, for certainly reminding us about holistic living, and that university is just part of your life. And just the other tips around committing yourself to conference presentations, which forces you, to have to write a paper, the importance of mentorship, both being a mentor as well as submitting yourself to mentorship. And thank you very much, Professor Gani, our newly minted professor. But certainly you did not sound like a newly minted professor after having been in the system for all these years. I mean, you come with a wealth of knowledge, a wealth of experience, and certainly that line that we can take away, be a piranha for knowledge, is something that we surely, as academics, as burgeoning academics as well, you want to ensure that you keep that curiosity alive, and that is what feeds the writing and feeds the publishing. And Rajendra Ramlogan, as Rajendra rightfully said, Rajendra, if you ask him to do something, hardly likely he will tell you no. And that is something I very much appreciate about Rajendra. And thank you very much for taking the time out today. And, just reminding us about being able to take the positive out of the negative and not let, the negative reviews or rejection turn you off from staying focused on that prize, on what it is you are going after. And that reminder, again, to read widely, and that locating your work in that broad context. So colleagues, thank you very much. This has certainly been insightful. It has been rich. And I want to turn you over to Leslie Ann Jordan, who has been the chair of this entire week of what we call the FSS Virtual Research Week. We've had the opportunity to hear from our students. We've heard from our academics. I mean, we've had fun activities. We've learned about the administrative system and navigating the system. Really a well-balanced, well-planned, well-executed research week. And so I want to put on record my appreciation to Leslie and her team, her right arm, right hand woman, Nisha, who was there dealing with all the technical and administrative issues in the background. And to the rest of the team, thank you very much for pulling this off. And I will hand you over to Leslie at this point.
Thank you so much, Dean. This was such a great session. I think Charlene used the word earlier that she was full. We got so much information, so much encouragement, motivation. We were challenged. So I really enjoyed this research week. So thank you so much, professors. I think this has been my wake-up call. Things happen for a reason. I always believe that. And I've been a senior lecturer for quite a few years now, and I have been delinquent. Confession is good for the soul. So I think this session was a good wake-up call to say, hey, you are in the system and you should be aiming for excellence all around. So I am going to take that for sure. So really just a final vote of thanks. Thank you, Dean Cameron, for supporting the initiative of the Research Week from day one, and of course for giving us some resources for the week. The gift cards were well appreciated by staff and students, so thank you for that. Thank you to all the heads of departments, Dr. Roach, Dr. Wilson, Dr. Conrad, Dr. Esnad. Many of them were in the sessions. They rallied the faculty members, they rallied students. They helped me send out notifications and reminders and so on. So really thank you to all the HODs and the administrative staff that supported the week. Thank you to the members of the FSS postgraduate subcommittee of the faculty. Too many members to call, but certainly all the representatives from the different departments who came together to make this week possible. We could not have done it with all the attendees. And I'm really happy that we had such a good mix throughout the week. So we had faculty, we had students, we had persons who were in Trinidad and Tobago, we had those who were overseas. You know, so I think we really had a very balanced week of both, you know, theoretical academic presentations, but I hope you also appreciated the workshops that were meant to give us information and guidance. And so thank you just to everyone, even the student reps that came in, Matthew and Candice and that part of the guild. We really appreciated all of the interaction. So thank you, everyone. We have one more gift card to give away. And I really want to say a special thank you to Miss Nisha Aladdin Mutilal. And Nisha, that last gift card, I would like to give it to you. A special thanks for being here every day of this week. You are our tech support. You were my sounding board. We brainstormed and we really made it happen in a relatively short space of time. So Nisha, the week would not have come off without you. And just as a small token of appreciation, I give you the last and final $50 Starbucks gift card. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jordan Miller. I like coffee.
Very well. Nisha, I'm not too sure if I've forgotten anyone, but I hope I covered everyone that played a part in the week. And listen, we have so much more to discuss. I think that's one of the things the week sort of opened up, that I mean, now that we are virtual, it's almost as though we could do this, you know, we could do it often. We could it doesn't have to be a week. It could just be sometimes a day, an afternoon discussion where we really meet and brainstorm and encourage one another and give each other that motivation to excel in whatever project, whatever areas we're working on. So I know I have already had requests. When are we doing it again? When next are we having another one? So I look forward to, you know, further engagement. Thank you so much. Thank you. So that's it for me. I wish that you have a wonderful evening. It is Friday, as they say, right? So have a great week and a great Easter if I don't speak to any of you again, right? So thanks again. Thanks, Dean.
Thank you, Leslie.
Thank you, Leslie. Thank you, Nisha. Thank you, Dean. Bye, everyone.
Bye for now. Enjoy your weekend. Stay safe.
Bye.
Bye-bye.